Somebody on the Levitard show asked John Fanta, "Do you do a bracket?"
I saw that.
Does Maury read, okay, paternity test results? Do cats get milked?
Yep, I saw it. I don't know if we could ever get her. We might have to ask Seth to get her information, but that Sarah Langs would be a fun guest once in a while. But I don't know. Baseball people stay up so late, so I don't know if we'd ever get her early.
Right. Morning, everybody.
Today is National Burrito Day.
Okay.
Burritos, tacos, quesadillas, nachos. What's your favorite Tex-Mex type food?
I like it.
Chipotle, Moe's. I don't know who the other burrito joints are.
Yeah.
Why do you say the Steelers are in disarray?
Yeah, that came out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's just, I mean.
Did you not feel that way 2 days ago? Just felt the need to get that off your chest?
And if so, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what we're here for. Good, Paula. You were the winner of April Fool's Day, young lady.
And here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. First Thursday of April, a week away from the Masters, 3 weeks away from the draft, a little more than 48 hours away from the men's Final Four. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. We got over the hump yesterday. Mark, how's your week going?
My week is going great. This has been a good week. It was a rough Monday, and everything has gone swimmingly since. I got through Monday and have had a good week. Obviously with me, it's every night it's a different activity that we take the daughter to. Last night, big softball tilt, David. Took another one on the chin.
Okay. We close to firing a coach or a manager? Do we need a shakeup? Do we need a mid-season trade? Do we have a deadline coming up?
Sure. You know me. I get looks sometimes from the parents because they're rooting so hard for our team. And I would like my daughter's team to win, but I don't care.
Right.
And when the other team, because we've been playing this for 3-4 years now, I know who most of the other kids are. There's only so many teams. You end up being on everyone's team at some point. So I'm the dad, and I know you were this way too, David. When the other team makes a good play, good pitch, good catch, nice hit, good slide, whatever the case may be.
Totally. Way to go, 8. Yep.
Yeah. Whoever it is, I'm genuinely wanting them. I just want them to get better. That's all I root for in this, is to see the kids get better. And when they do, that's a fun experience. I enjoy that.
Right. We want it to be fun, and we want it to be over with on time. Start on time, have fun, get over with on time. 10 minutes early would be amazing. Okay, let's go.
The post-game meeting, however, is my bone. I have 2 bones of contention. One with Little League post-game meetings, because first off, they're 10. And what I do every game when my daughter gets in the car after a 10, 12-minute post-game meeting, I say, "What'd you talk about?" And she says, "I don't know."
I don't know.
It's after 9 o'clock at night.
Right.
They're done. They've played for an hour and a half. There's nothing left in the tank. But the other one that's bigger is a non-sports item. And I don't know when this started. I don't know if it started with Instacart workers. I don't know where it started. But who the hell decided that the proper way to go through a grocery store is pulling your cart? Being out in front of the cart and pulling it behind you.
Really?
It doesn't matter. Where it's really annoying is Costco, because Costco is hell.
All righty.
I mean, it is a bunch of people trying to get in and out. There's no rules. You got 40 people standing by the sample line.
What do you mean no rules? Like, everybody, you go to the right. Okay, you're saying that, there's no lanes, people are not, you go to the right, pass on the left, go to the right. You saying there's no rules?
They're all over the place.
Oh my goodness.
They're all over the place. Sometimes it's Talladega, David. Sometimes they're 3 wide in the big lanes. And once I see that, I go into NASCAR mode, and I'm starting to run a 76-year-old lady off the lane because I'm trying to get to the Boston butts in the pork section. But then you get some jackwagon who decides he needs to be in front of his cart and pull his cart. And that just takes up far more space.
And I would think they'd go slower.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and I don't get it. I've seen it a couple times now, and I had to bring it up. 21,000. Are you someone who pulls your shopping cart instead of the proper way, where there's a handle and you push the shopping cart?
Hence the name push cart.
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh boy. See, you know what I would do? If somebody was tying up the lane and they're slowly pulling it and they're looking and what have you, I would grab their cart. And it would stop them, and they'd turn, they'd look around, and I go, "We got to move this along." Okay? You're tying up the whole aisle. Okay? Either move or get behind this thing so we can get around you.
So that's couple of things that we could fix.
Okay.
To make life a lot better. I still don't think if these were fixed that the Dodgers are ever going to lose.
Well, they're getting closer to losing.
They are.
They're at least trailing in some games. They're having to do some late inning dramatics. I mean, they're taunting us. They're teasing us. It's kind of like the Gators so far in the tournament. A couple teams thought they had them. And then the Gators said, we'll take it from here. Thanks.
But Ohtani, walk-off home run on Ohtani bobblehead night.
Right.
That's awesome.
Unless you're a Braves fan. Especially, it's one thing to start 0-7. You're starting 0-7 on the West Coast, and you're an East Coast fan. How many of these games have you taken in? They are wearing you out.
Poor Barrett Sallee, who's been on our show. You've co-hosted shows way back when on the college network with him, so I know you know Barrett reasonably well.
Mm-hmm.
But he is a diehard Braves fan.
Die.
And he's
hard.
worked in college football for the majority of his career. And he got the Braves pre and post job this year.
Thrilled.
And I mean thrilled beyond belief.
Right.
Almost like a dream. If I would say a dream, without speaking for him, it's got to damn near be a dream job for him. It would be like me getting a gig with the Red Wings. It really would. And they start out like this.
And he has not had a happy post-game show yet.
No, and he's had to stay up till 1 a.m. to do so because he's probably in studio, not traveling.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about him this morning saying, well, we got to wait till they win at least once, and then we can invite him on and we can ask him. Come on now. You know, one of us is going to ask him. So did you start to think it was you?
Absolutely.
I mean, they never started like this until you got the job. Did you start to think it was you?
So, little stat for you, because the Dodgers and Padres are both undefeated.
Correct.
This is the 5th season where multiple teams started 7-0 or better.
Huh.
In 2003, Kansas City and San Francisco did it. In 1982, the Braves got off to that great start. You remember winning 13 in a row.
Right.
The White Sox won their first 8. 1962, Pittsburgh and St. Louis did it. And I really only read this stat for one reason, David, because in 1884, the St. Louis Maroons and the New York Gothams did it. The Maroons got off to a 20-0 start, and the Gothams a 12-0 start.
Wow.
All thanks to Sarah Lang's great follow on X.
Well, my favorite standing stat of the day is the fact that the Giants have gotten off to a terrific 5-1 start, and they're 2 games out of first. And they're in 3rd place in their division at 5-1.
I did get an early text, David, on my phone, not even on the text line, 21,000. Friend of mine, in talking about the carts, just simply switched it to golf and said, in golf, is it a pull cart or a push cart? That's a dilemma. Right.
Yeah. I always thought it was a push cart. It was easier. I know it's called a pull cart. All right. But I always thought it was easier to just push it. And then also you get near your ball and you just give it that push and you just see how far it'll go until it stops. And then, you just have some fun with it. But I very rarely took one. Once you start caddying, I mean, you if you're going to carry a member's bag that's got, enough stuff in it for them to like run off from their families for months at a time, I mean, your little weekend bag that you're golfing out of is nothing.
Absolutely. Right there with you. But carts are on the brain. Basketball is on the brain. We're closing in on the Final Four. We're 3 weeks away from the draft. The Masters is next week. It is a sports paradise. Even though there's no football, there is so much going on out there right now. Your team with a big win last night, staying in the hunt in the NHL. The Rangers winning overtime. That was a big one, keeping you entertained till the end to see if they can sneak in as the last wild card.
Ovechkin with number 892. Yeah, the Caps got drilled 5-1, but the 1 was what we wanted. He's 2 away from tying, 3 away from breaking with 7 to play. What's that, 39 goals this year?
Unbelievable.
39 goals in 59 games, because remember, he missed a month with a, wait for it, broken leg. Wow.
So that would be 42 goals this year if he breaks the record. 42.
Right.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah. At his age, I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, he's 39, 40, isn't he? I mean, I thought Ovechkin's in his upper 30s. Maybe I added
He's upper 30s, and I don't know. He's 39.
Okay.
He'll be 40 in September.
I mean, this is like, Hank Aaron had a 40 home run season at 39 and really trailed off after that. But that was like his last great year. Favre's last great year, he started it with the Vikings. He was 39. He turned 40 midway through the season. You wonder, is this the last great year? Like Mark, last year when Crosby was having an amazing year, warranting MVP consideration, and we wondered, is this the last great year of Crosby's magical career?
And we found out that it wasn't, because he's been the team's bad, the team's god awful, but he's unbelievable still.
Right. He's probably going to get to 30 goals again, and considering what's around him, remarkable.
But I don't think Ovechkin's done at this pace. His size, the smarts that he has on the ice, and what he's best at, putting his butt on the half wall on the power play and shooting one-timers, he could do that till he's 50.
Yes, absolutely. Because nowadays, instead of carrying that big, tough forward for the one fight or two fights a game, you don't have to do that anymore. You could basically just have your designated shooter, my power play guy. Ovechkin be a pretty good designated anything.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, they're home tomorrow against the Hawks.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And I think Miller and Moulton might be a little more excited about this than most of our audience. But I do want to ask you, Mark, and our audience this question. So Ovechkin's at 892. He's going to set one of the greatest records in the history of hockey when he passes Gretzky here in 3 more goals and becomes the all-time goal scorer in NHL history. If you have tickets to the game, do you keep them? Or is there a price? Because, I mean, let's face it, like they're home Friday against the Blackhawks. My guess is that's not going to be the game. They go on the road Sunday at the Islanders. But, Mark, a week from tonight, they're home for the Hurricanes. I mean, let's just say, first off, if he gets a goal in each of the next 2 games, he's tied going into that one. But if he gets 1, he's 1 away. I'm just curious, is there a value in which you go, well, I'm keeping the ticket, but if somebody offers me $500, it's yours.
It'd have to be a lot more than 500. I mean, a lot. It would have to be $5,000-$10,000. And I'm not messing around. And I will sell most anything for a profit. On that note, text sponsor to 21,000. Great opportunities available on the show. But I would have to get a huge sum of money.
So 1,000 wouldn't do it?
No.
Somebody offers you $1,000 for what's a
$100, $150 ticket, probably. I mean, tickets aren't cheap anymore.
No, they are not.
And hockey tickets are the most expensive of any of the four major sports, if you want to consider hockey one of the four major sports.
Right. Which is a stretch, really.
It is.
Yeah. I mean, because college football is not included, and a lot of other racing is not included. I mean, there's a lot of other sports that would raise their hand and go, we're bigger than the NHL. But so $1,000 wouldn't do it.
No.
2,500.
No, it'd be $5,000.
Wow. Okay.
I would want to. They only have 3 home games left. I don't think it's the Carolina game you're talking about. I think your best chance is Sunday the 13th, home against Columbus.
Last home game of the year.
If you're going to see it happen in D.C.
Because they're home tomorrow, then they're home a week from today, and then they're home Masters Sunday. Those are their 3 home games left of their 7 games left. Remember, 2 to tie, 3 to pass. Here's why I'd be tempted to sell. There's no, this isn't like a number of yards or, so-and-so needs 1 touchdown to pass, so-and-so is the all-time touchdown leader. When it comes time, if Mahomes or whoever has a chance to break Brady's record, I mean, if they go into the game tied or 1 back, you're thinking, well, there's a pretty darn good chance I'm going to see the record broken today. I mean, you have no idea when someone's going to score a goal in hockey.
It's funny that you brought up football, because in football, I would have sold my ticket already for it. I would have, because records in football don't mean a damn thing to me.
In fact, the fans don't even know what the numbers are. Like, I think by now, because enough running backs have challenged it, people might be familiar with how many yards Eric Dickerson had in 1984. But then again, do you know that the single season rushing record's 2,105? I mean, does anybody know what Emmitt Smith's final tally was?
And does anybody care? Now, home run record, and I'm not putting the goal scoring record in the home. I get baseball is baseball. But the home run record and the goal scoring record are thought of in their own individual sports with great regard.
Right. It's the gold standard. Arguably the greatest record in the sports history. Right.
So It's just different. I wouldn't give that up.
Okay.
To see something that we can guarantee, David, in our lifetimes, when Ovechkin breaks this record, if it's ever broken again, that would be fantastic. You and I won't see it.
You're right. You're right. Like, I don't think Connor McDavid will get there, but you're right. We won't see it. Especially if he decides to play 2-3 more and put 1,000, put a comma up on the board.
There you go. So for me, at 55 years old, I wouldn't give it up for a chance to see something that I know I'm never going to see past while I'm on this planet.
Okay, here's the deal. I want a physical ticket, though. Okay, none of this thing on my phone, and I walk up to it and I show the bars. No way. No way. It's an all-time record here. I want a ticket. I want something I can put in a case. I want a small frame, and I can put the sucker on a wall in my man cave. Okay? What am I going to do with this bar? Keep it in my wallet, on my phone forever? All right. Besides, I think after time, they fade away. They go away. You go look for it. It's no longer there.
Yep. Miller and Moulton like ticket stubs. We're old enough to, I still have a box full of them from concerts and sporting events that I attended from high school through probably my mid-20s.
First off, if you're the Caps, isn't this a way to make a little money on this? Okay, don't you decide to even give away commemorative tickets? How about if you do that for the last 3 home games of the year? You just, people show up and they, show their phone and what have you, and they walk through, hand them a ticket.
Well, I think it's a great gesture. They wouldn't make money off of that, but I love the idea. The only problem then is, my guess is they would print too many of them and people who weren't at the game would have commemorative tickets. But I like where your head's at with that.
I don't know. I think there's a way to raise some money for a nice charitable cause here. Maybe you walk through the gates and you got to go somewhere and register and say, listen, I'm in section, 103, row 18, seats 14 and 15. I'll sign up, we'll pay. I don't know. We'll pay the $10 a ticket. I mean, don't you think you can get a credit card company at least? Maybe the credit card company that they have to use to buy the ticket with? I don't know. I'm in. Remember, I wanted to put our show on the hood of a NASCAR. Okay, there are certain things that I'm a sucker for, Mark. I'd be a sucker for sponsoring the tickets right now for the Caps. I still want to put our show logo on a NASCAR.
I'd rather put it on a swamp buggy. It's more fitting with our show. I want something that's going to get down in the mud, get a little dirty. Now, I know with the NASCAR sponsorship, we could get crashed into. We could get a little oil spill on it. There could be some damage, and that's a good thing. But Miller and Moulton, really and truly, when you think about it, need to be on a swamp buggy.
Well, you make a good point. You really do. Once again, you got to know who you are. We've always admired the Wisconsins and the Iowas of the world. They know who they are, and they're not changing.
Yeah. It's funny. I played golf with a gopher yesterday, and he's like, we're never that good at it. Hockey's the only sport. I said, but you figured out who you are in football. PJ Fleck's your guy. You're 8-4, 7-5. Right. Maybe you get a little bit better than that, but you figured out who you are.
You're rowing the damn boat.
Yeah.
And you seem okay with it.
Yeah. And that's fine. Know who you are. Hell, who knows? You figure out a way once a decade to put a 10-win season together. You might be playing football beyond November and December. Miller and Moulton. Great show lined up for you today. Chris Perkins will join the show. I haven't talked to Chris in a while. We'll talk to him about the Dolphins, a little bit about the owners' meetings and where the Dolphins head for the draft. Neil Blackmon covers SEC basketball for Saturday Down South. We'll talk a little Final Four with him. And Steve Carney to talk the Rays and the Lightning. The starting five, that's next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has the look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Is snoring bothering your spouse? Would you like to sleep in the same bed again? Do you know that snoring can affect your sleep cycle and cause lower testosterone levels? At Sleep Treatment Direct, we have easy solutions. We have a simple laser procedure that can improve snoring in 10 minutes. If you would like to get back in the same bed or are looking for a natural way to treat low testosterone, give us a call at 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Or go to sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust.
Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know what, Deadstroke? That's a great question. I don't know. I should. I'll have to look. I've got a few Grateful Dead ones. My first concert was Rush. I have that. I have a Triumph one. A lot of fun shows that I saw in East Lansing. I think I have my Frank Zappa ticket stub. The Guns N' Roses one I'm 99% sure I had. I will check. I will look at that tonight. I did too, DTW fan. Was that the Sinatra? I saw Sinatra, Sammy Davis Jr., and Liza Minnelli at the Fox Theater in Detroit. Would have been 88 or 89. Ah, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I've seen the Dead 5 times. I saw Dylan once. I saw Tom Petty once. Dylan was terrible.
Saw Petty. Never saw Dylan.
And I want to say like The Alarm opened for Dylan. A very peculiar opening act for
Right.
who was playing. In Charlevoix, Michigan.
Where's that?
Up north. They used to have an amphitheater out there. It was very cool. Not there anymore. The Castle, I think it was called. Castle Farm, something like that.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Chris Perkins, who we haven't talked to since about a week after the Dolphins season came to an end. We'll catch up with him on the Dolphins offseason thus far. They lost a guy they were hoping to keep yesterday for not a lot of money either. We'll talk to him about that. Coming up 1 hour from now, some college hoop, some Lightning, some Rays in our 8 a.m. Eastern hour. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
And believe it or not, we'll start with hockey. Ovechkin with number 892. 2 away from tying Gretzky, 3 away from setting the all-time record. He was the only bright spot for the Caps in a 5-1 loss to Carolina. But Ovechkin's got 7 games left to get 3 goals to set the all-time goal-scoring record. He's back in action tomorrow night when the Caps host one of the worst teams in the league, the Blackhawks. Meanwhile, there was a big game in Toronto, and the Panthers lost. No Barkov in the game, and that had to hurt. Tied going to the third. Toronto scored twice, beat the Panthers 3-2. Leafs are 3 points up on the Lightning, 4 points up on the Panthers. Leafs and Panthers have played the same number of games. Lightning have played 1 less game. That game is tonight in Ottawa for the Lightning. They win, they'll remain a point behind Toronto. They own the tiebreak currently on the Leafs. Rangers in overtime. Trocheck, the game winner, 5-4 over Minnesota. Rangers tie Montreal for the final playoff spot, but the Canadiens have the all-important game in hand, and that game is tonight. Colorado in a shootout beat Chicago 3-2, and the Kraken all but eliminated the Canucks 5-0. Vancouver's 8 points out of the final playoff spot with 7 to play. Break up the Heat. After losing 10 in a row, they've won 6 in a row, including going to Boston and spanking the Celtics last night, who had won 9 straight and 14 of 15. 124-103. I know.
I text David when I saw the halftime score. I said, Heat up big at half, I think 12. Will they win? And you said, yes, they will.
And they had a big fourth quarter and spanked the Celtics 124-103. We said take the Cavs and lay the 10.5. Why? Because they're playing the Knicks, who were 0-8 against the Cavs, Celtics, and Thunder entering last night, and they were missing 2 key players. Knicks played a good first half. They were up 6, and then the Cavs whooped them 124-105. So that's a win and a cover for Cleveland, and the Cavs only need a couple more wins to clinch home court in the East. They're still behind Oklahoma City for home court advantage in the finals if they were to get there. Indiana is only 3 back of the Knicks for the 3 seed, 6 to play. Indiana beat Charlotte by 14. Pistons now just a half a game ahead of Milwaukee for the 5 seed. They lost at Oklahoma City 119-103. Anthony Davis with the game winner for Dallas in a 120-118 win over the Hawks. Hawks are the 8th seed, but they're only a game ahead of Miami. Miami, with the 6-game winning streak, is trying desperately to improve their playoff positioning. And worn out by the double overtime loss to Minnesota, Denver lost at home to the Spurs 113-106. It dropped some percentage points behind the Lakers. This morning, the Lakers are the 3 seed, and the Nuggets are the 4. Other basketball news. Joel Embiid, another knee surgery on his left knee. This is probably the last shot to get him as healthy as he's ever going to be for the rest of his career. And he's in his early 30s. Here's a remarkable stat, Mark. From the day Embiid was drafted until today, Carmelo Anthony has played 40 more games than Joel Embiid. Anthony hasn't played in 3 years, and word was last night he's going to be elected into the Basketball Hall of Fame. Carmelo Anthony, since Embiid was drafted, has played 40 more games than Embiid. And Carmelo's been retired for 3 years. Baseball. Skeens. Tell you what, we missed that one yesterday.
You're right. Thought about that this morning. That was
a beautiful afternoon in Tampa. Skeens on the hill.
You're right.
That's a play hooky day. That's a work a half a day and race to the ballpark. Skeens, a 3-hitter through 7, didn't give up an earned run. Pirates beat the Rays 4-2. Tampa now will go on the road for the first time this year with a 4-2 record. Mets rallied, got a 3-run homer from Alonso in the 8th and scored 2 in the 11th and beat the Marlins 6-5. Texas, for the second straight game, beat Cincinnati 1-0. Rangers off to a 5-2 start. Cubs like playing the A's in Sacramento. They swept them. Whooped up on them again, 10-2. Suzuki with 2 homers, 5 RBIs for the Cubs. Padres are 7-0. They beat the Guardians 5-2. Dodgers are 8-0. Ohtani with a walk-off on Ohtani bobblehead night. Braves had a 5-0 lead in the second, lost 6-5. Ouch. Well, something rare happened last night. A bunt walk-off. Milwaukee in the bottom of the 11th. Had runners on the corners with 1 out. Did the old safety squeeze, and it was a really good bunt. Brewers beat the Royals 3-2. Arizona, Zach Gallen, 13 strikeouts in 6 2/3 innings. Took a shutout into the 9th, beat the Yankees 4-3. Phillies 5-1 over the Rockies. Zach Wheeler, 7 innings, 10 strikeouts for Philly. You know, that Garrett Crochet guy signed that 6-year, like 100 boatload of money deal. First start afterwards, he throws 8 shutout innings, longest start of his career. Boston over Baltimore 3-0. You know, Skubal, he's pitched pretty well, but he's 0-2 for the Tigers this year. They lost to Seattle 3-2. The Giants are off to a 5-1 start. Wilmer Flores homered again, and San Francisco's 2 games behind the Dodgers. They beat Houston 6-3 to sweep the Astros. Ivan Herrera with 3 homers. Cardinals with 7 in the 8th. They beat the Angels 12-5. Twins 6-1 over the White Sox. Lopez with 7 terrific innings. And then Bader and I can't read my own writing here. Went back-to-back for the Twins to break it open. Really should write a little neater when I do this. Toronto doubled up Washington 4-2. Other baseball news. So he's been in the majors a week. And the Red Sox said, yeah, we've seen enough. They signed second baseman Christian Campbell to an 8-year extension. It's only worth $60 million. But remember, it's fully guaranteed. So if Campbell is who the Red Sox think he is, this will be a steal for the Red Sox. But if by chance Campbell gets hurt, all of a sudden he loses it, he's going to make $60 million minimum. Arizona signed their all-star second baseman Ketel Marte to a 6-year, nearly $120 million deal. He's a Diamondback through 2030, and he said, I want to be a Diamondback for life. You don't hear that very often. Padres signed all-star outfielder Jackson Merrill to a 9-year extension, Mark. Man, they give out some long contracts in San Diego.
Well, and that 9-year extension doesn't begin until 2026.
Right, next year.
Right. I mean,
right. So, and he's under contract through 2034. NFL news. Well, the Bears seem to be pivoting in terms of where they're going to be playing. For the last year, the Bears have basically said, you know, we want to build something right on the water there, downtown, you know, close to where we are now. And, yeah, that ain't working. Even though it's going to be a privately built stadium, they need public money for the infrastructure around it. And Illinois and Chicago not willing to play ball, at least as far as the Bears are concerned. Meanwhile, the city of Arlington Heights, where the Bears bought the 326 acres a couple years ago, yeah, they just reduced the Bears' tax load from what was over $100 million to like $4 million. They said, "What do you want?" And so the Bears have said, "Yeah, we might be going to Arlington Heights." And they said something very interesting, Mark. They said they want to put a shovel in the ground in 2025. Am I missing something? It's April of 2025, right?
Right.
Okay.
That's impossible.
Okay.
That's impossible.
That's what they said yesterday. Dolphins lost Calais Campbell. He was a terrific late in the offseason pickup last year. The 38-year-old had a terrific year, was arguably their best lineman. They lost him for 1 year and $5.5 million to go back to Arizona, where he started his career. They can't afford 1 year, $5.5 million for a position of need. And he was a leader. This is a former Walter Payton Man of the Year. Everybody talked about how, great he was on and off the field for the Dolphins.
David, maybe they could. Maybe he looked around and said, I don't want to play for this team. This team's going nowhere. Where I play, they're bad. I've seen it to make the playoffs.
We'll talk to Chris Perkins coming up in less than an hour and find out whether or not the Dolphins just wouldn't pay him $5-6 million, or whether or not he chose Arizona over Miami. And Mark, there's no less than 10 business groups that have called the NFL and have made offers to own either a men's or women's flag football league team. The NFL has said they want to do this. Flag football is going to be a part of the 2028 Summer Olympics. And, some heavy hitters, as you would expect, picked up the phone and called. So we'll see where this goes. Golf, the PGA Tour's in San Antonio, so that's interesting. You got the Valero Texas Open and the Final Four going on in the same city at the same time. LPGA match play got underway yesterday. Lydia Ko got smoked in her match. Nelly Korda could only manage a halve. They play 3 matches, see if they get through a group, and kind of go from there over the weekend. Some college sports news. The teams arrived in San Antonio last night for the Final Four, which gets underway in San Antonio Saturday at 6 o'clock. The women's teams went straight from their regionals to Tampa because the women's Final Four gets underway tomorrow night in Tampa. Sacramento State said they want to make the jump from FCS to FBS. They're not a good program in football or basketball right now, but they're sensing kind of the, wave of Sacramento. They're going to have the A's for 3 years. They just signed Mike Bibby to be their men's basketball coach. Anyway, they're going to be an independent, and in a couple years, they're going to make the move from FCS to FBS. They'll probably try to get a spot in the Mountain West Conference. And Chris Beard, Mark, ultimately chose to stay at Ole Miss and not go to Texas A&M. So at least the carousel has stopped for the moment, and A&M now needs a new coach. If you're the Texas Tech guy, Lubbock or College Station?
College Station.
Big 12 or SEC?
SEC.
And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories and a flag football league that you needed to know about here on Miller and Moulton.
So in line with that flag football story that you had, I don't know if you caught this yesterday, and I'm more infatuated with this league for whatever reason than you will ever be.
Right.
But Dallas has stepped up in the TGL, wanting an expansion franchise, and they have $77 million that they've raised towards an expansion franchise. How on God's green earth will they ever get that money back?
I have
I don't get it.
I have no idea. I think then it's going to be a team made up of like Scheffler and Spieth and, all those guys who live in that area.
Great. They're going to play in Palm Beach.
I know.
I mean, the cost to build another one of these things is $1 billion. I watched it. I enjoyed it. The Horschel thing was cool. It won me over the year. But I'm trying to figure out how this is anything more than a cash grab for the players and a financial loss for all of the owners. I don't get it.
Do they think that just them being seen, okay, and for their sponsors and where all that stuff, and is it just that's where they're going to pay their sponsors back? I don't know. I mean, the average audience is like 500,000-600,000 a outing.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122. or nolanagency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So on National Burrito Day, I'm thinking burrito, taco, nacho, quesadilla. And I don't know if that would be Tex-Mex food, Mexican food. I don't want to offend anybody. I mean, you could go beef. What's your favorite protein in your burrito? Chicken, beef, pork.
Well, that's 7165.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Thursday of April, a week away from the Masters, 3 weeks away from the draft, the Final Fours. The women in Tampa get underway tomorrow night. The men in San Antonio get underway dinner time on Saturday. The Gators and Auburn in the first game, Duke and Houston right around 9 o'clock in the second game. Hey, we don't have a poll question.
Well, there's one area that seems to be the place that I want to go.
Okay.
It, of course, has nothing to do with sports, but today is National Burrito Day.
All right.
I love me a burrito. I do.
Okay.
So a couple ways you could go. You could go with your favorite Tex-Mex / Mexican type food and do taco, burrito, quesadilla, nacho.
I like that.
You could go that. Or just for the burrito, you could go, what is your preferred protein in your burrito? Chicken, pork, beef. Either one of those on National Burrito Day worked for me. It's a little lazy. I don't know what the sports question is that's out there.
Yeah, don't know if there is one. I mean, tomorrow we'll do a Final Four question. Who will be playing for the title on Monday night. Pretty easy. But I'm fine with that. I mean, I prefer the 4 choices as opposed to, beef, pork, and chicken. But
Done.
But, I mean, we can just wait a few minutes of input. Text line 21,000, Twitch chat room if you want to hold off. But I like us going, the Tex-Mex burrito, road. I like that. That'll work. And of course, the first thing we get is somebody suggesting something that we didn't put up there, because that's what folks do.
That's why when you started, and I was typing the question and you're going, well, let's just wait for the Twitch. No, I'm not waiting for them at all because they have their own opinions. They're talking about their own things. And David, you've been during breaks, been kind of your legs been bothering you, so you haven't been with us as much in the Twitch chat room during the commercials. I came on during the break. I asked all of them. I gave both questions, and they went, "Well, whatever you think, Mark." And then once you bring it up, here they go, firing up 64 things that weren't on our list.
Right. So Mark, I trust you. You know, whatever you go with, I'll retweet. I'll support. I promise. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Can't wait to talk to Chris Perkins in about 35 minutes. I think the Dolphins have had a terrible offseason. I think the Dolphins are in big trouble. Like, I think the Dolphins could finish last. That's how much trouble I think they're in. Am I panicking?
I don't think so. David, name me a position somewhere when you look at the Dolphins that you think they're better now than they were at the end of the season. I'll wait. I'll hang up and listen.
No,
I mean,
I've given you my answer.
Right.
No, I've thought about it.
I mean, even a simple area, and I guess not simple because teams don't take it seriously. How'd they do in the backup quarterback position?
Oh, my goodness. I mean, they chose him. They
Right.
chose Zach Taylor. There were other people out there, and they chose Zach Taylor.
Now, their receiver room's good. I'm not worried about it. They lost a couple guys. They get a couple guys, whatever. Their running back room, that's fine. But their offensive line, better or worse?
The same. And I could argue worse because I think Armstead's retiring.
Thank you.
I mean, they re-signed Eichenberg, for goodness sake. It can't be a strength. So defensively, I mean, they lost Javon Holland. They've got nobody on the defensive line. They just lost Calais Campbell. I mean, what am I missing here? Now, I will say they had a bunch of injured pass rushers last year that in theory they're getting back.
But, David, that's in theory because 2 years ago they had the same problem. I mean, didn't they lose 2 defensive linemen the year prior that came back from injury last year and weren't ready to go?
So, you know, the defensive line, at least against the pass, could be a strength. Could be, if everybody stays healthy. They could be able to rotate a bunch of guys and get pressure on the passer. We'll see. We shall see. But Chris Perkins, in about 30 minutes' time, to talk the Dolphins offseason and where they are 3 weeks before the draft. 3 weeks. I will say, I try really hard to not pay attention to anything that any NFL team says in the month of April before the draft, because I think it's all garbage and it's all said with a purpose. I wonder if the new GM of the Raiders, though, actually outed the franchise yesterday. Did you see what he said? So they're talking about the draft, and he's being interviewed, and he said, yeah, my kid basically said that if we don't draft Genty, that I'm an idiot. And he goes on, he gives a couple more quotes. And I'm thinking to myself, you guys are leaning towards drafting Genty then. Okay, because I know you could just say, yeah, he's joking and this, that, and the other thing. But, you know, it was kind of like the quote that got out there from Joe Shane's kid last year, right? During that Giants offseason show. Now, granted, the Giants couldn't get their hands on Daniels or Drake May. I mean, they said to the Patriots, if you have any interest at all in trading the number 3 pick, call us. We'll give you the best offer. And the Patriots were like, no, we're going to take Drake May. And obviously, Washington wasn't giving up the rights to Daniels, and we all knew what Chicago was doing. So the Giants were shut out of any of those 3 quarterbacks. They were going to have to go with somebody else. And they chose to take the wide receiver from LSU over Penix or McCarthy or Nix. And we'll see if that ends up being a stupid or a wise decision. right now, for as good as Neighbors is, they don't have a quarterback. That doesn't look like a good decision. But remember, Shane's kid said to him, Dad, Daniels is the best quarterback. All right. Don't overthink this. Go get Daniels. And Shane joked about it. And his son was not joking. Kind of like, you're an idiot if you don't go and get your hands on Daniels. And let me tell you something. With the way Joe Shane has evaluated talent in his 3 years as Giants general manager, I think I have more trust in his kid.
Look it. I think it's fun that now we have teens telling dads who to draft.
Mm-hmm.
I would want to know what Tom thinks.
I understand.
Just going to throw that out there.
Right.
That if by chance Shedeur Sanders free falls in the draft, I wonder if he'd get past Vegas, although there's a lot of talk he doesn't get out of the top 3 now. But
which is funny because I'm seeing just as much talk that he's going to fall out of the top 10.
There's both sides. And that's
Exactly.
why, to your first point that you made, it's difficult to really take a lot of what's being said right now seriously.
But I thought it was interesting. He started talking about his kid. And he started joking, and he's like, no. He's basically saying, Dad, you deserve to get fired if you don't take Genty. And I'm like, now this is fun. As a member of the media, I appreciate you being this carefree. But are you giving us a tell right now? This is pretty carefree draft talk 3 weeks before the draft. I mean, we saw last year the value of the running back came back in a big way. Just like Mark, what do you think? All right, the Georgia tight end, Bowers there. I mean, how much do you think he's helping Warren from Penn State and Loveland from Michigan?
A ton. And I think the tight end's a position that's being appreciated more for the mismatches they can cause in the passing game. And Warren's done a lot of this himself, but Bowers has certainly helped. Because Warren's a guy, like you said, that I don't even know if tape does him justice. Because when you see it in person, it's different than watching it on television. It just is.
I will say, when you see him in person, there are times in which you go, man, why is he always open? Because he's not fast. He's not slow, but he's not fast. And so you're like, man, he's open by a step and a half. That guy should be able to run with him. What, am I missing something here? Or, what's going on? So that's the part of me at the next level. Bowers has really good speed. Loveland has got good speed. I'm curious about Warren, who physically I think will be able to get open. But I kind of look at him as Gronk in the second half of his career after the knee injuries. Not the Gronk in the first half of his career who could outrun whoever was covering him down the seam.
Who could literally run a go route from the tight end
Right.
position. He's going to be more of a route runner and having to dig to get open. But he's shown the ability, and I get it, Saturdays versus Sundays, but he gets open.
Yes, he does. And he catches everything. And he catches stuff in traffic, and he catches stuff while being mugged.
And obviously, once he catches it, running with the ball, tackling him can be a bit of a problem. He's going to drag a few guys a few yards before he goes down.
Do I think he's better than Bowers? I don't. But if he's in the area code, do you draft him in the top 10 or 12? Because where did Bowers go? Like 13? Something like that last year. He fell actually a little further than we thought he was going to.
And with so many other big positions not having a lot of depth, that's where a tight end could fall a little bit, David, because there's only so many first-round tackles. The defensive line's pretty strong, but their offensive line not nearly as strong, so you wonder how that's all going to work out.
Don't have a ton of quarterbacks, don't have a ton of elite wide receivers, quite frankly, rated ahead of the top two tight ends, Miller and Moulton.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Chris Perkins to talk some Dolphins in a little more than 15 minutes. Neil Blackmon to talk some Final Four and hone in on the Florida-Auburn matchup. Neil from Saturday Down South. And Steve Carney talking some Rays. They just completed their first homestand. We'll ask him, hey, so how was it outdoors in Tampa? 6 sellout crowds and all that. And I mentioned that, Mark, and we'll also talk some Lightning with Steve Carney because he's part of their pre- and post-game network. But I mentioned that, Mark, because Sacramento sold out the first A's home game against the Cubs. They did not sell out either of the next two. Now, I think their stadium's a little bigger. I think it's around 14,000. But, you know, the place was packed for the first one. And the Cubs were in town. That's a pretty good draw.
It is.
And they did not sell out the next two. In fact, I believe yesterday's attendance was under 10,000.
It's a bad sign if they're going to try to do that for 3 years.
3 years. Right. So just thought I'd mention that. Chris Perkins, Neil Blackmon, Steve Carney coming up. Our poll question, we were inspired by today is National Burrito Day. So we ask, you know, what's kind of your favorite Tex-Mex food of choice? Burrito, taco, nachos, quesadilla. By the way, I challenge you. Guess which one I voted for.
Well, because you phrased it that way. I mean, the obvious choice, if you've listened to this show for any length of time, is that David was a frequent guest at a local restaurant where he and his wife would always get the quesadilla. That's what they would go there for.
Yes, always.
But in thinking about you in depth, and even though this has the least amount of votes, it's a toss-up between burrito and taco because burrito has the most girth, and you tend to go for food with the most volume. But you also can order 10 tacos at a time. So I'm gonna go burrito.
You analyzed it perfectly and came up with the wrong answer. You know I went with the most food. Here was what I did, though. I just viewed it as a taco, a burrito, a quesadilla, a plate of nachos. Well, what's going to cover up more of the plate?
The nachos, but the burrito has more in it.
True, but I mean, you can get a lot of nachos, and then you can have stuff on the nachos, including like every damn thing in the burrito. So I went with nachos because, well, I want quantity.
And I went with tacos because it might be my favorite food. It really might be. I love all of the little tiny Mexican joints that there are in and around Southwest Florida. There are so many great places for a taco down here that you could eat tacos every day for a month, go somewhere different and get a great meal.
Hard or soft?
Soft. The proper way they're served with just a corn tortilla, meat, onions, cilantro. That's it.
Okay. I have to admit, growing up, none of the places around me had soft tacos. A taco was a hard shell. I mean, I may have been in college the first time that there was a place right on the main drag in Scranton, across from the university, called Taco Bandito. I think it was the first time I ever experienced a soft shell taco. I'm like, how about that? And it was perfectly located too. It was a block from the wine cellar where they had quarter drafts. And of course, the wine cellar would close at 2. And when would Taco Bandito close? 4.
2:30, 4. Yeah, okay, right.
Yeah. Yeah. And so we'd all empty the bar and walk the block up the hill and walk right in. Absolutely.
I don't believe there was like an actual taco joint in East Lansing, but Grand River was the main drag in East Lansing, where Michigan State is, where I went to college. And I lived on Grand River for about a year, and about a mile from where the bars were. It was a walk, you walk home from the bar. But on that walk was a Taco Bell, and they wouldn't let you inside to eat. They closed off all the tables, and you just went in one door, got your food, and out the other door. And there would be a line, 30, 40 deep every night. And it's like that was about 2 blocks from the house. It's like, do I run for the border? And I'd come home, my roommate might be there, and he'd already have his Taco Bell, and I'd be bringing mine in. And now you couldn't pay me to eat at that place. But that's a whole nother story.
So we asked the rhetorical question earlier in the show, in which apparently one of these TGL franchises, Scheffler, Spieth, and a couple other the Dallas pros, they want to buy a team, and they've raised $77 million, which is just floored Mark and I. It's kind of like, how do you get that money back? How do you get any return on that investment? We don't see it.
Like, we get it. You want to buy 10% of an NHL, NBA, MLB, NFL franchise. We get it.
Right.
The franchise values of these sports have gone through the roof. Even MLS, we understand it. WNBA, I get it.
Speaking of which, quick sidebar. So apparently it's now official. The Morez A-Rod group is going to own the Timberwolves.
Right.
The sale price on that franchise is $1.5 billion. And Glenn Taylor realized too late that he undersold it, and he was trying to back out of it. And the court said, no, you can't. And the league supported the arbiter. Someone made the comment yesterday, there will not be an NBA franchise that sells below $3 billion ever again.
An NBA franchise that basically every NBA franchise is worth a minimum of $3 billion.
From this point forward. Yes. Well, first
bodes
off,
well for all the owners when they put the 2 expansion teams in.
And the other thing is, if you're A-Rod, especially, I mean, how long are you going to own the T-Wolves? Hold on a second. In 5 years, I could double my money?
So HGTV is going to have a new show called Flip This Franchise? Is that what you're telling me?
It's possible. But so the news yesterday about the whole flag football league, and the NFL wants to form a men's and a women's flag football league, and that league is going to get all in on the 2028 Olympics. And the league wants some of their star players playing in the Olympics. Some of the star players have indicated this really interests them. And obviously, there's not a single team that's going to want to allow any of their players to play for fear of injury. Don't you think, in order for people to watch, in order for the flag football league to get their 500, 600, 800,000, 1 million viewers, don't you think there has to be an active NFL player at least at quarterback?
David, I don't know how they'd get those type of viewers. The UFL opened their season, not one game drew over 700,000 people.
On the Fox and ESPN family of networks. Now, they were going up against Hoop. They although they got, I believe, Big Fox, although Fox also had, NASCAR and what have you. But just an idea. Can you play flag football without current NFL players? Chris Perkins next.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Greek God Grenzi, I want to go to your mom's house and have fresh tortillas. Oh my God, that sounds amazing. I used to go to La Rancherita Tortilleria on Old 41. They make fresh corn tortillas every morning. The corn ones I could just eat fresh with some salsa. It was phenomenal. Where do you get them around here, Empire?
I have. Johnny back.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Neil Blackmon at the top of the hour as we look ahead once again to the Final Four. Steve Carney, an hour from now, talk a little Rays and Lightning. A reminder, our poll question today, it's National Burrito Day. So what's your favorite Tex-Mex food of choice? A burrito, a taco, some nachos, or a quesadilla? Go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X, and vote accordingly. It's a thrill for us to catch back up with Chris Perkins. He covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel, and you can follow him on X at Chris Perk, Chris with a C, P-E-R-K. Chris, David, and Mark, good morning. How you been?
I've been good. Hey, as a person who grew up in Texas, Tex-Mex, where's the love on the enchilada? Come on, you gotta have an enchilada on your list. Come on now.
My bad. I kind of went easy. I've got no problem with that. I can eat Mexican food every day of the week, Chris. So, I have a secondary poll question if need be.
With it being National Burrito Day, by the way, what's your burrito meat of choice? Steak, chicken, or pork?
Oh, definitely ground beef. Ground beef, not sliced, not shredded. Ground beef, or I could do ground turkey. But let's harden those arteries, right? Let's get some red meat in our bodies. Ground beef.
Once again, this is why we have Chris on. It's the hard-hitting issues of the day. Okay, Chris Perkins of the Sun Sentinel. Hey, have the Dolphins had as bad an offseason as I think they've had? I don't feel good about where they are at all. What have I missed?
Well, here's the thing with the Dolphins offseason. I think they've been okay. And here's why. Because they aren't really looking for a whole lot of core players in free agency. They do need a quarterback. They need a defensive tackle. They need a guard. They need two safeties as starters. They got one guard, James Daniels from Pittsburgh. They got a safety, Ife Melanfonwu from Detroit. We'll see about him. But here's the deal. They got a lot of role players, right? You got your big wide receiver in Nick Westbrook-Ikani from Tennessee, 6'2", aggressive guy. You got your short yardage running back in Alexander Madison from Vegas. And so that's kind of, to me, you got your blocking tight end in Farrell Brown from Seattle. The draft is going to get you your bigger profile players, your number one quarterback, your starting defensive tackle, the other starting safety. We'll see if that happens. That's a whole different argument about whether Chris Greer can do that with 10 draft picks, whether he can get 3 or 4 starters. But, you gave out all that money last offseason. You knew you weren't going to have much money this offseason. And this is what we're seeing, that they don't have a whole lot of money to go shopping around, so they can't get the top guys like Justin Simmons, the safety, who's going to command $12 or $15 million a year. So this is kind of what you're left with. So in view of that, I think they've done okay. I would probably give them a C+, which, that's my report card. That's how I got through school, with C+. But that's what I would probably give them right now, for better or for worse.
Chris Calais Campbell's now with the Cardinals. Is that a matter of Miami not being able to afford to pay him what was not a lot of money? I think $5.5 million. Was that a matter of Campbell not wanting to come back to Miami?
I think it was the second, but I think that Calais was probably more motivated by sentimentality than anything. Remember, Arizona is the team that drafted him out of UM in the second round in 2008. He spent his first 9 seasons there, went to a Super Bowl with them. I think that's more of what it was rather than, him declining Miami. I think he was really in favor of a return to Arizona. And look, Calais was only here for 1 season. And now if you want to talk about why he wouldn't come back, well, you started off the season in handcuffs because you were trying to help out Tyreek Hill, who was acting a knucklehead and doing 60 miles per hour outside the stadium. And then you end the season with Tyreek declaring I'm out. And in between, you have the injury to Tua. You have the opportunity to go somewhere else, but Mike McDaniel talked you in the stand and you missed the playoffs. So I could see where if people thought, Calais doesn't want to come back to this craziness. I could see that argument, but I think it was probably more sentimentality toward going back to Arizona. Maybe they offered him a front office job after his career is done. I'll tell you this also about Calais. I was doing a story late in the season about guys who get jerseys signed by other players, and Calais was telling me he's got Aaron Rodgers and all these guys. And I said, do you have them displayed in your house? And he said, no, I'm waiting until I get to my forever home for that. So that told me Miami is not his forever home. This is not where he wants to retire. So what Calais did, adding that in, it doesn't surprise me that he left.
Chris Perkins covers the Dolphins for the Sun Sentinel. You can follow him on X at Chris Perk, Perk. Chris, here's some of the other things. The fan base absolutely freaked out about the return of Eichenberg, and I can understand it. But also, they chose Zach Taylor to be the backup quarterback. Chris, have there been 5 worse quarterbacks who have been drafted in the top 10 in the last 20 years than Zach Taylor? Or Zach Wilson? I'm sorry.
I mean, this is a puzzling thing. Here's what Mike McDaniel said at the owners' meeting, because he was asked, why Zach Wilson as opposed to a seasoned veteran? And Mike McDaniel said Zach Wilson is somebody that we targeted from the start of this whole process. And he was saying he was careful not to say, don't compare Zach Wilson to Tua, because I'm not comparing Zach Wilson to Tua. But he said the progress that Tua made as far as getting out of a change of a scenario from Brian Flores to Mike McDaniel, a different offense, he thinks that Zach Wilson can undergo the same type of change. Now, I think there's a little arrogance there. Tua hasn't, it's not like Tua is going to the Hall of Fame. I consider Tua a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback, but, I don't know that they've worked a miracle with Tua, but they think they can work a miracle with Zach Wilson. So we're going to see what happens. I don't have faith in that move. I would have rather seen Marcus Mariota. I would have liked to have asked them, did you even call Ryan Tannehill, which, that's also a different topic. Dolphins fans wouldn't have been happy to have Ryan Tannehill step into a game after Tua gets injured, and I don't know that Ryan Tannehill would have been happy about that. But, no, I don't like the Zach Wilson move. As far as Liam Eichenberg, here's my thing there, that James Daniels, who they signed from Pittsburgh, the guard, he's coming off of an Achilles. If this guy isn't ready on day one, and I think that's a 50-50 chance, Liam Eichenberg is your starting guard. Good luck with fan sentiment on that. That is going to be an absolute nightmare. But you remember Odell Beckham Jr. wasn't ready for the first 4 games last year for a knee thing. Jalen Phillips came back from the Achilles, but very quickly he got a knee injury. I hope they have a better plan than Liam Eichenberg if James Daniels gets injured or is not ready for the opener.
Well, and it seems like they're almost counting on Armstead to come back. Do you think he's going to retire, or do you think he's going to be a Dolphin next year?
Oh, I think he'll probably retire. And here's the other thing at the owners' meeting that Mike McDaniel was asked about Teron. I asked him about Teron. I asked him about Teron and Calais, and he gave an answer about Teron. And I said, do you expect him to return as a starter or as a reserve? And basically Mike said, they aren't sure if Teron's body can make it through a whole 17-plus game season. My impression is they want Teron back as a reserve and for leadership, and they want to get a look at Patrick Paul, their second-round pick from last year, as a starting left tackle.
Do you think it's possible that Armstead stays home and makes himself available? Remember Ndamukong Suh for a couple years, sat out the first half to 2/3 of a season, and then kind of picked the team he wanted to go on a playoff run with. Do you think it's possible Armstead does the same, or waits around for the Dolphins and then, shows up in November?
100% possible. 100% possible. And the reason, look, we all remember Teron those last few games last year. There were times where he couldn't put any pressure on his right knee. where he was literally hopping on his left leg because that right knee was so bad. And there were a couple of games where he had to leave the game after starting because that right knee was so bad. So, yes, I could definitely see Teron picking, if it's Buffalo or Kansas City or Baltimore or San Francisco needs a left tackle in November. I could 100% see Teron raising his hand and going, look, I've got 7 or 8 games left. Choose me. I could definitely see that happen.
You already mentioned all the positions that the Dolphins are going to have to fulfill via the draft. At 13, that doesn't seem to be a spot where you need to take a guard. Now, you have to have a willing participant to move down, but the likelihood in your estimation of the Dolphins trading out of 13 to try to acquire more picks?
Chris Neal likes to make draft day deals, so I could see that. Here's what I'm thinking right now is that I agree with you. I don't see any reason to take a guard at number 13. Maybe Tyler Booker, the kid from Alabama, would be the guard that you take. Mimbo from Missouri is going to be gone. Will Campbell from LSU is probably going to be gone. So, I think that your options are going to be fairly limited as far as a guard. I would like to see him take defensive players in the first 2 rounds. I would like to see Will Johnson, the cornerback from Michigan, taken in the first round. And I want to see defense because I like the potential for pairing these guys with somebody else and then what defensive coordinator Anthony Weaver could do. So with Will Johnson, you pair him with Jalen Ramsey, with Cater Kohu in the middle, in the slot. Okay, now you can kind of shut down some receiving games and you can do some things. You get a defensive tackle in the first round. I don't know if maybe Will Harmon or Derek Carney from Oregon, but you pair a defensive tackle with Zach Sealer, and then on the edges you got Chop Robinson, Jalen Phillips, and Bradley Chubb. Behind them you have Jordan Brooks, the linebacker. Well, now with Anthony Weaver as the coordinator, I could see controlling games with your front 7. You get a guard, you put him in there, but he's not going to have as high of an impact as even a safety, a D tackle, or a corner because of the potential of what you can do with those guys. So I say get the guard in the 3rd round, which is fine. You don't need a Pro Bowl guard. You just need somebody who is a good NFL player. To me, I'm going higher impact in the first 2 rounds. In this case, that's the defensive players. And I'll tell you this also, I kind of trust Anthony Weaver to do something special with his guys more than I trust Mike McDaniel to do something special with his guys. That's the reason I favor defense.
Chris, starting to lose you a little bit. I hope the signal holds up. Is there any chance, Shedeur Sanders is on the board at 13. Quinn Ewers is on the board in the 3rd round. The kid from Syracuse is on the board in the 3rd round. Is there any chance at all that the Dolphins take a quarterback? Because let's face it, we all think Tua's 1 hit away.
I don't think so. I think they have so many more immediate needs in the first 3 rounds. You've got to get high impact players in those first 3 rounds. Pretty much starters, definitely starters in the 1st and 2nd. 3rd round has to be a major contributor. For better or for worse, you have Zach Wilson. He's your number 2. You can draft a number 3 quarterback in the 5th or.
And I think we kind of lost Chris there, David.
But we know what he was saying, that the Dolphins will pass on quarterback because they have too many other needs. And if they want to draft a project quarterback, they'll do it on Saturday sometime. So, all right. Chris Perkins, by the way, Sun Sentinel. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, Chris with a C, P-E-R-K. Chris Perkins. Great to have him back on the show. And we'll probably check in with him again after the draft.
So he wants defense first 2 rounds. I love his reasoning behind it, that he trusts the DC more than he trusts the OC. And the philosophy makes sense to me. Get after the quarterback, have a front 7 that can cause damage, and play football that way. But that offensive line scares the hell out of me, David.
Would be hysterical to me if they drafted Will Johnson, the Michigan corner, at 13. because he's another one coming off of missing almost the entire season due to injury. So once again, his potential is top 10 in the draft, but he also missed the rest of the year and has missed some off-season workouts with a foot injury. He's a cornerback.
They're unable to get him to run a 40 right now.
Right. So
the Michigan coach will say, hey, run somewhere between here and here. We'll see.
When healthy, he's a top 10 player in this draft. But it would be funny, the Dolphins who are counting on so many injured defensive players coming back and being healthy this year. How ironic would it be if they draft Will Johnson 13th overall, and he probably isn't going to be healthy enough to start the season either.
Miller and Moulton. A little bit with Chris Perkins there. Thanks so much for listening. Answer the poll question. It's National Burrito Day. What's your favorite Tex-Mex food? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X to vote.
Miller and Moulton would like to thank the sponsors that, quite frankly, saved the show in 2024. Whether it was Floor Meisters, American Paint Supplies, Glass Doctor, Molly Maid, Cigar Bar, Sleep Treatment Direct, the Diamond District, and even the Cape Coral Police Department, thank you. We're hopeful of a great 2025, still needing sponsors, so reach out to Miller and Moulton via X at that Mark Miller or the David Moulton, or text us at 21,000. But Miller and Moulton says thank you to our sponsors and to you, our loyal listeners.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, tadalafil, and Viagra, sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Irish, I know that everything the Broncos do is better than every other team in the world. But if Sean Payton fixed Zach Wilson, why did he let him go and keep Jared Stidham? That's my only question. It's all right, Lucifer. You told me I snapped earlier. I don't think I snapped. If I snapped, I'd love to know who I snapped on. I mean, Lucifer, you are a bit of an agitator in there, for the record. You're kind of on the attack to the Twitch chat room on most occasions. Neil is on. I don't know if he's in San Antonio yet, but he was.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home in the 239 and the 904, final hour of Miller and Moulton. Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney to join us in about 35 minutes' time. We'll talk a little Rays after their opening homestand and the Lightning with 2 weeks left in the NHL regular season. And can they win the division 3 points behind the Leafs? But Neil Blackmon's kind enough to join us once again. He covers Gators football and SEC basketball for SaturdayDownSouth.com, SaturdayDownSouth.com. Follow Neil on X, NW Blackmon. That's MON, NW Blackmon, Black MON. Neil, it's David and Mark. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Doing well. How are you guys?
Well, we're okay. We're just wondering, did the Gators lose their mojo between the SEC tournament and the NCAA tournament, or have they actually shown us just how great they can be?
Oh, maybe a little of both. I don't think they've played a complete game in the NCAA tournament. And I think we saw them do that multiple times to close the regular season, and then certainly twice in the SEC tournament against Alabama and Missouri. Or Alabama and LSU, or Tennessee, rather. So they haven't done that. They played a great half of basketball against Maryland. They had the two tremendous finishes against UConn and Texas Tech. But I asked Todd Tuesday, you guys feel like there's more in the tank and that you have better basketball in you? And he said, oh, yeah, we definitely think that we can play better. There are things we can do better. And then he also pointed out that in their last 10 games, they've played 8 teams ranked in the top 20 in KenPom, 5 in the top 10 in KenPom. And, oh, by the way, they haven't lost.
That's the key part right there. When they played Auburn and beat them the first time, they were terrific from beyond the arc. They made a bunch of threes. Is that the same method for the Gators to take down Auburn on Saturday?
Yeah, it's going to have to be hit shots, and then they also defended the 3 great. Auburn only made 7 of their 22 3-point attempts, So I think, 32% isn't terrible, but if you can do that to Auburn, that's well below what Auburn usually shoots, and that's pretty good. So I think they've got to contain Auburn on the line too, 7 to 8 threes. And then, I think we all have noticed that whether the ankle bothered him against Texas Tech, I think it clearly did. But it wasn't just a Texas Tech game with Alex Kahn and the big man. This is the first time since November that he's had 3 consecutive games where he's only scored in single digits. He has been a little bit loose with the basketball, hasn't been strong with the ball as much. Obviously had the 3 loud turnovers early in the second half against Texas Tech. They've got to get more out of him. And even if it's just he plays great defense on Janai Broome, like he did in the first meeting, he has to play better if Florida wants to play Monday night.
We had Jim Dunaway on, who covers the Alabama schools out of Birmingham a couple days ago. He thought that Auburn needed to win in the paint, that in the first matchup, rebounds were even. Florida only had 12 turnovers when the Gators can't turn it over more than that, as we know. And he thought that for Auburn to win, Auburn has to win inside. Do you agree with that?
I think that they are built to win the rebounding battle, and that they can get more out of, say, Chad Baker-Mazara on that front, just because he's 6'7", but he's got the 7-foot wingspan, right? And he can be kind of hard to box out. Dylan Cardwell did not play well in the first game with Florida. He had 5 points, but he was their leading rebounder with 12. But they really weren't able to get him involved in pick and roll and the types of things they like to do where he can seal and they can get good shots at the basket. So I think, I would agree with it to an extent. I don't think that Florida will be too disappointed, for example, though, if Janai goes for 25 points and 13 rebounds and Auburn makes 7 3-pointers and shoots 7 of 22 from deep again. I think Florida would take that. Florida's not going to double down there. They have 4 bodies that they trust, and they're going to throw everybody at him. So they're going to stick to shooters, and that's what I would do if I'm Florida. So to that extent, maybe Auburn, knowing they're going to get single coverage, they don't want Janai to go 7 of 16 from the field again. That makes sense.
Do you think we know Florida wants to increase the pace and like with the big guy with the bad ankle? I mean, to me, Florida getting up and down the court, getting the transition going is going to be key in this game. And I think if they can, if they can run a track meet with Auburn, I think it's their best way to win. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. Look, Florida has not dictated, and to that point, Florida has not dictated the tempo or the style of game in 2 of their 3 NCAA tournament wins. And discounting the Norfolk State game, obviously, that one certainly got up and down. But the other 3, UConn dictated the game. Texas Tech certainly dictated the game. And Florida really did dictate pace against Maryland. That game was pretty quick. Maryland, of course, thought that they were very happy to run with Florida. And we saw in the second half where Florida's depth just sort of overwhelmed them, and Florida started taking care of the ball. And so, that was great. If Florida runs, they have to value the basketball. They can't have these, Florida had some uncharacteristic sloppy turnovers where they should have had dunks or layups, and they threw the ball out of bounds. And, unforced errors you can't do against Auburn. But if Florida can get the game up and down and get it out of being a half-court game, that's advantage Florida.
Do you think Auburn's built to control the tempo the way UConn and Texas Tech were, and also that their coaches, I think, are comfortable having a game at that tempo? I mean, Auburn and Pearl, I think, want to play closer to Maryland's tempo, don't they?
They do. They like to play faster. The one thing I'll say about Bruce's teams is it's never a beautiful brand of basketball, and I mean that in the most complimentary way. It's certainly chaos on the basketball court. They want live ball turnovers. They want transition dunks. They want to make and create easy baskets. And so if they can speed you up to do that, they will. The one difference maker they have from February to now And it's not that the roster changed. The analogy I would use is in football, right? Like I was telling somebody this week that, Florida had a running back named Jaden Ball last year who by late November was an entirely different football player than he was in September. And, that mattered in Florida's late season winning streak. Well, Tahad Pettiford is being used and being asked to do more than he was being asked to do when Florida played them February 8th. He is a different basketball player. And he makes them better in the half court, guys, because they can put him in isolation. He can blow by you on the drive. He has started playing point guard late in games for them because of his ability to get into the lane, command help defense, and kick. So he makes them a little more suited to kind of try to play a half-court game with Florida. But my guess is that Auburn, at least initially, will welcome the opportunity to run, and they will say, we're going to turn you over. We're going to get live ball turnovers and fast break points, and, that's okay with us.
How physical do you think they'll get with Broom? Because he is banged up, and Florida has, Florida during the year started maybe as a 7-team rotation. They've gotten a little deeper as well.
Yeah, no, Florida plays more right now, and Auburn is playing less. Auburn has played pretty much 7 in the NCAA tournament. Chris Moore played a little bit against Michigan State, not much. It'll be interesting if they need his length to kind of deal with Thomas Houck, but Florida will absolutely continue to try to be super physical with Janai. And I think, it worked the first time in the sense that they didn't always let him get to the right shoulder, which is where he wants to go. Florida was really good at staying committed to the scout in that respect. And I imagine that, there's no need to reinvent the wheel here.
Well, Auburn was the number 1 overall seed in the tournament, but the Gators won the SEC, and they're the favorite, albeit a slight one, in this game. Let's assume both teams play well. Who do you think has the edge?
It's been an interesting week. And I just continue to think that Florida is one of those matchups that is tough for Auburn. Florida has so many bodies that they can throw at Broom. And, Auburn's guards are terrific. They shoot 88% from the free throw line. They can shoot the 3. They've got an amazing on-ball defender in Denver Jones. They have the depth and versatility to play with pretty much anybody, but Florida negates that. Florida has the better backcourt. So if Florida can do a good job on Janai Broom, and, I think if Walter Clayton can get the better of Denver Jones in those matchups again, I actually like Florida to advance to the national title game for the 4th time in school history on Monday night.
He's Neil Blackmon. He covers Gators football and SEC basketball for Saturday Down South, SaturdayDownSouth.com. Follow him on X, NW Blackmon, NW Black MON. Neil, we appreciate it. Safe travels to San Antonio, and hopefully we can talk sometime next week.
Thanks, gentlemen. Always appreciate y'all.
Neil Blackmon, kind enough to join us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. What's it up to 3? Gators by 3, I think.
Oh, is it up to 3 now?
I thought it went from 2.5 to 3.
I will check the app right now as we speak, but I had not given it a look here in the last day. So yes, 2.5 still on the Hard Rock app.
Okay.
And an even money bet, because sometimes they try to juice those points and give you a minus 115. So it's still minus 110 either way you go. Houston's minus 115 at the plus 5.5. Duke minus 105 if you lay the 5.5 with the Blue Devils in the other semifinal game. 6:09 for the Gators and Auburn on Saturday. Duke game will be right around 9 p.m.
Yeah, they say 8:49, but that's with a 2-hour game and a perfect 30 minutes in between. And we all know that these semifinals always take more than 2 hours. So I would anticipate the second game not tipping before 9 o'clock. It is interesting, Mark, like the Hard Rock app has Duke in 5.5. There are others like ESPN Bet and other places that have Duke at 4.5. So there's a point to be had out there in the Duke-Houston game.
If you didn't live in Florida. If you live in Florida, that's pretty much the only choice you got, kids.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, I saw this tweet on X, or this post on X. I don't even know who this guy is. ESPN's Randy Scott. Do you know who that is? Oh, he's a sports center anchor. Okay.
Right.
He's behind a bunch of bicyclists and he films it. He's like, this is great. He says 15 miles an hour behind this sad suburban Peloton. Everybody just has to adjust their day while they're out there doing their midlife crisis. Oh, now we're going 10 miles an hour. Now we're going 10. Thanks, fellows. Appreciate it. And he posted on Facebook or on X and got just, bombarded by hatred. He's like, the title of the article is like, ESPN's Randy Scott, fighting with cycling Twitter is worse than any college fan base. And I think he's right. I don't know if you remember, if we were doing mornings or afternoons, but there used to be a huge contingent of bicyclists from Bonita Bay during season. They'd all wear yellow and they'd all be out, and they were all old.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a comment on air about, come on, this is enough. They're all over the road. La, la, la. I got attacked. And I'm like, ooh, okay.
We've struck a nerve.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if the South Carolina women are just not what they've been, because they were fortunate to win both those games in the regional, or whether or not, they got through and now their A game's going to show up. Because I'm thinking Texas and 5.5 against South Carolina. But obviously ESPN wants to see South Carolina and UConn. Although UConn did go to South Carolina and beat them by 30 this year. Well, Lucifer, there were 5 this year. And 4 of them made the Final Four, and one lost their star player to a torn ACL in the Sweet 16. I don't know. South Carolina is a lot like Auburn, their season. Like they had a tremendous season, and then up in the end, they kind of struggled at the end. Even though they won some games, they were struggling late. And they've struggled in the tournament. I mean, they trailed going to the 4th against Duke. Only won by 4.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney to join us in a little more than 15 minutes time. We'll talk about the Rays opening homestand in which they went 4-2 and played 6 outdoor games in Tampa before 6 sold-out crowds. We'll ask Steve about it, what the guy said, etc. And he's part of the Lightning Radio Network. Lightning in Ottawa tonight, trying to stay on the heels of Toronto for first place in the division. You got 3 terrific teams, Toronto, Tampa Bay, and Florida. And you want to be the team that finishes in first so that the other 2 can battle each other in the first round. It's kind of like, I forget the names of the divisions now, Mark, but it's kind of like the division that Winnipeg's going to win, and they're going to turn around and watch Dallas and Colorado go at it in the first round and be like, go at it, boys, knock yourself out. I'm hoping for triple overtime game 7. We'll see the winner in the second round.
I do think, and I'm one of the few people that still likes the divisional hockey playoffs because I believe it helps create great rivalries. I think the point disparity between the divisions, I think we're getting closer to 1 through 8 in conferences. And it's funny because Bettman made a comment that our fans don't want to see that, when there was a poll out that said like 80% of the fans want a change in the playoff format. The fans don't like the way that it is. They don't think it's fair. We use that word once in a while, David. And when the fans don't think something is fair to their team, they get honked off.
Because you can have a division in which the 3 best teams in the conference are in the same division. And so then 2 of those 3 don't even make it to the conference final.
Well, and you look at the NBA right now, who does it by conference. In the West especially, they're really battling it out for playoff seeding. And a little bit in the East, but particularly in the West, we're not sure from 3 to 6 how it's going to shake out.
And that's very generous of you giving Houston the 2. Okay, although they've had a good week and they've created a little bit of separation. But what's also interesting is that nobody has any faith in Houston. I mean, the Rockets and the Washington Capitals are the same team. 2 young teams who haven't done squat in the playoffs. I mean, the last time Washington did something in the playoffs, it was a totally different core.
Now, ironically, if they did it by conferences in hockey, the odds are the Lightning and Panthers would play one another regardless because they're 4-5 in conference. But Carolina would be the 2 seed. I mean, they're the team that's really getting screwed here. And nobody cares about the Carolina Hurricanes. But they right now are tied with Toronto with 96 points. They have a game in hand. They have the 2nd best record in the Eastern Conference. They would get a wild card team. Instead, they're playing the Devils from their division. So I'm just curious if this year changes any of that. But like in the West, you're going to have Dallas and Colorado. Colorado would play the Kings. Dallas would be playing Minnesota. And I know not everybody's into these teams, but if it's your team, then you're upset by it.
All right. Since apparently the NHL is having an out-of-body experience and they're talking about going to at least 34 teams and maybe even 36.
Please.
I think if they go 36, then they need to go 6 team divisions. And I have not figured out their alignment, but then I'm thinking, Mark, what they need to do is just award playoff spots to the division champions and then let the other 5 playoff spots in each conference fall the way it falls and then go 1 through 8 in each conference. But the other thing I believe, and yes, this is my own personal bias, I believe if you're going to have that many teams in the league, you got to redo your point system to try to create some separation. Because it's almost a cluster right now, because seemingly everybody can get points every night, and it creates very little separation.
If I find the time today, I am going to go, and for you, David, I am going to do what the current NHL standings would look like with your point system.
I'll tell you what, I'll do it. I'm the one that brought it up. I'm the one that should have to do it. I've got the time this afternoon. I mean, you don't know if I'm going to nap or not, and my naps lately have been not short. But tell you what, the onus is on me. I'll figure it out.
Because when I worked in minor league hockey, my first stint when I started in the business, I worked for the Atlanta Knights in the IHL. Gino Briaco was our head coach. Ubi wanted your system and used to complain about it a lot when we were sitting around waiting for plays. David wants 3 points for a regulation win, 2 points for an overtime or a shootout win, 1 point for an overtime or a shootout loss, and obviously 0 points if you lose in regulation.
Right.
And what I remember while doing this for Gene all those years ago is that the standings didn't change nearly at all. Now, there are a lot of overtime games in the NHL.
Yes. Yes.
So it could, this is, I'm going back to the early 90s when I was doing this in the IHL. A lot of time's gone by. I'll be curious how different the standings look with the Moulton scoring method versus the traditional scoring method.
But I'm also wondering, would regular season games be played any differently? Okay, because let's face it, compared to basketball, hockey regular season grades out well. Okay, when people, if they check out the NHL regular season, they usually determine, these guys gave me an effort tonight. Now, there's a lot less hitting than there used to be in the regular season. The skating, though, is clearly better than it's ever been. But there's a lot less hitting. And that's what's going to ramp up here in 2 weeks when the playoffs start. You'll get all the skating, and then you'll get all the hitting. And it's just amazing. But I wonder, Mark, with the point differential, if you were to make it that great, would the regular season, whether it's effort, whether it's who you played and for how long you played them, would coaches be riskier even going for the win late?
I don't think it would change anything in the regular season until the last 4 or 5 games of the regular season, when all of a sudden you're the Detroit Red Wings. You're sitting in the 10-11 hole.
Right, you're 6
chasing
points back.
The wild card, and you're in a 2-2 game late, and the coach says, we need 3.
Yeah, we need a regulation win.
An overtime win doesn't do us anything. I'd rather just lose. Do we pull the goalie late for an opportunity? I could see that happening. But you're talking in the last 3, 4, 5 games of the season, like something like that would happen. Otherwise, I don't think it would change much. And I don't think the points wholeheartedly would change. But we'll see. It's something we've got to take a look at. I know it's something that you're not the only one who has lobbied for this. This is not the first time that even people in hockey have talked about changing the system. I just don't see a lot of momentum for it being changed.
I just feel that there's far more overtimes and shootouts in hockey than there are extra inning games in baseball. I feel that there are more 65-minute games in hockey than there used to be. And it could just be a feeling, and I could be dead wrong, and the numbers may say, no, you're an idiot. But it just feels to me like everybody's picking up a point every night. It's just a matter of, are you picking up a second one?
Miller and Moulton. Talking a little hockey. Steve Carney will join us coming up here after the break to talk a little Rays and a little Lightning. Can the Lightning be a division winner and overtake Toronto?
Let me tell you, if Tampa Bay avoids Toronto and Florida in the first round, the Lightning may go to the finals. Look out, boys. Look out. Miller and Moulton. Steve Carney next.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Gotta love Bruce Pearl, who said, I agree with Izzo and just picked up a big transfer in the portal.
Right. I will say, though, it's interesting because hasn't Izzo lost 2 guys?
Oh, yeah.
And
One guy who he called the glue of the team.
Right.
Now, I don't, like, when my cousins were down here, they're way more into Sparty than I am. They live in Lansing. Her husband, Rod, was saying that Booker was the highest, and Booker doesn't play. He ended up being like the 10th man. He's been a bit of a bust, 5-star. That from what he's heard, Booker's the highest paid guy on the team at $600,000. Now, if I'm that Holloman kid who played really well and Booker can't play and he's getting 600, I might want to go get some more money somewhere else.
By the way, Perkins is going to come on the Friday of the draft. So after the Dolphins' first round pick and before rounds 2 and 3.
Perfect. Salee just posted, no team that has started 0-7 has ever made the playoffs. Oh, there's Steve. Sorry, Steve. You're sitting on deck, and I didn't even pull you up.
All good.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good start for the Rays. The Lightning are playing unbelievable hockey. You better
They
be.
are. Yes. And I got to see Paul Skeens yesterday. That was.
I was going to say, how exciting is that? I mean, I remember it was like his sixth start in the majors and driving across the alley to go see Strasburg. And I just love a young phenom pitcher.
Well, and his stuff is so ridiculous. I mean, when you're throwing splitters at like 94 that nobody can hit. No. I mean, he got behind guys 3-0 left and right yesterday, and it was like no big deal. Get me over 97, and then throw two splitters at 94 that nobody can touch, and down you go swinging. It was ridiculous. It really was.
I was in Cincinnati for the final weekend of the regular season last year because for a Bengals Monday night game, and Skeens was pitching against the Reds. And so I'm like, I got to go. So I walked across the bridge and went, and they only left him in for like 5 innings. And there's like one ball hit out of the infield. He just destroyed him.
Yeah. The best part though was watching him face Jake Mangum, who's become this.
Oh,
I mean, and I think they put it up about 1,000 times over the 3 days of the Pittsburgh series that he is the SEC all-time leader in hits. So if you didn't know before the series, you certainly knew by the end of it.
Tell you what, though, a lot of people don't know a lot about him, though. So, you probably can't go wrong putting Jake Mangum tidbits up on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, they brought Gardner Minshew in.
Yep.
He was there. So obviously they know each other very well. They're from the same town. So very funny.
Minshew has a place in the 239. I think that's where he spends his off season.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me at all. I mean, wouldn't you want to spend your winters in the 239? I mean, you guys do. You spend all year in the 239.
Yeah, I had to move to Jacksonville a couple of years ago, but I miss it. And Mark's still there, obviously.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour, Steve Carney, kind enough to join us once again. A very busy man. He's covering the Rays in Major League Baseball. He's part of the Lightning Radio Network. So exciting times. And a little history in the last week. The opening outdoor homestand in Tampa for the Rays. Steve joins us now. Steve, welcome. So, how was outdoor baseball?
It's fun. To be honest, we were all kind of curious to see how things would, how the people would react. What 10,000 people packed into a small stadium. Let's face it, this is a single A, a spring training ballpark. So, and having been there for the Florida State League, I'm used to seeing it during the regular season with like 500 or 600 people in it. To see 10,000 people playing there and the sort of excitement that went on. And then, of course, the Rays don't disappoint, taking 4 out of 6, and opening day was just an absolute, magnificent finish with Cameron Meisner hitting his first career home run for a walk-off. It was so much fun. And then the night games were a little bit of an adventure because it's such a small ballpark. The ball gets above the lights really quickly, and you can sometimes lose it. And I think that was a problem and an issue the players were going to have to deal with, and they're going to have to deal with all year. But they did a really good job with it.
All right. In the first game, the home opener, there were signs saying sell the team. There were a couple of chants. When you hit a walk-off, fans get excited and aren't really so much worried about selling the team because of the exuberance of the moment. Games past opening day, have there been more signs, more chants, anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be there all year. They're going to be people with their sell signs, and especially when Stuart Sternberg is in the building and you can see him because it's a small stadium. This wasn't like last year or the couple of years previous where John Fisher is, up in the clouds in Oakland and people are screaming, sell the team. He might not have been able to hear it. Stu Sternberg saw it. He could hear it. I really do think that it's something that the ownership group is going to have to deal with while we figure out what is the next option on St. Pete 9, my website. I put up an article a couple of days ago about what I think might be next. It's not good. I'll just say that. But I really do think that it's something that he's going to deal with, and especially being there and being close to the fans. He was very close.
Okay. We'll just do a quick sidebar on this because we want to get back to the Rays and especially the Lightning. But the March 31st deadline came and went. So nobody is bound to each other, right? No county, city, or the Rays are bound to one another. Well, Steve, doesn't the county and or the city, don't they have to now start moving forward with the rest of the project? I mean, essentially, won't they kill any chance of the Rays staying in St. Pete because they're going to have to start building up the other $5 billion of the $6 billion project?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how much of that project and how much of that project will change now going forward. Will the city now solicit bids because the mayor picked the proposal that was put forth by the Rays? Will they now have to have a new round of bids on how that 86-acre parcel of land gets redeveloped now that there likely is not going to be a stadium on that site? What do they do? Because the project that they picked had a stadium. Now there's no stadium. How does that change? And because the Rays were the partner in that proposal that was picked, do we now have another round of bids? The mayor has said, I'm no longer working with this ownership group. That tells me that they're gonna start back at square one and go, okay, this is what it was. We want to see everybody else's ideas now without a stadium, and we'll pick one.
Miller and Moulton made a huge mistake yesterday. We've been talking about the Rays at Steinbrenner Field and sneaking out after the show and running to a game, an afternoon game. And this Skeens guy threw yesterday for Pittsburgh, and these two dummies sat on their fat tookuses and didn't go anywhere near the stadium. You were at the stadium. Talk to us a little about watching that wonderful young pitcher throw.
I will say that the only problem with going to a Paul Skeens game is if you work by the hour like I do, makes for a short day, and so you don't get paid nearly as much. But he's fantastic. It's one thing to see him on television or watch highlights on YouTube, but to go there and see just how amazing he is in person. I was telling you guys before we started the segment, it's amazing to see a guy fall behind 3-0. And most pitchers are like, okay, now I have to try and figure out how and he's like, no big deal. Get me over at 97. And then he throws a splitter at 94 that nobody can hit. I was talking with Doug Wechter, who does pregame and postgame for Rays Television on FanDuel. And he was like, and I was joking with him. And I was like, that's how you pitched back in the day, right? He was like, oh, yeah, just like that. I had a splitter at 94 that nobody could hit either. It's just amazing how easy he makes the game look, because it certainly isn't easy. And he's so talented. And there's a reason why he's going to be a number one starter in this league for the next decade plus.
7 innings, 3 hits, no earned runs given up by Skeens yesterday in the Pirates' 4-2 win over the Rays. All right, one other thing for the Rays before we move on to the Lightning, and we're talking with Steve Carney, stpete9.com, stpete9.com, also part of the Lightning Radio Network. Follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. This Jake Mangum story, we don't get a lot of this. This is cool. I mean, he's older, gets his shot, and he's not going 1 for 4. He's going 3 for 4, 3 for 3, 4 for 4. I mean, my goodness, he looks like Wade Boggs out there.
Yeah, he certainly does. And the ball comes off his bat just like, yeah, you're right. 29-year-old rookie. This is a guy that played 4 years at Mississippi State. If you watched the FanDuel broadcast, you probably saw it about 1,000 times that he is the SEC's all-time leader in hits. And he comes up. He had a rough first day. He didn't play the day he got called up to replace Josh Lowe. Came in the next day, got on by a walk but didn't have a hit. And then the next 3 games, 8 hits. You had a 4 for 4 day, a 3 for 4 day, and then came within an eyelash of tying the franchise record for consecutive at-bats with a hit. Which is 8, by the way, by Billy Hatcher. So he's just been a great find. He's the guy they got in a trade. So the Joey Wendell trade works out. And so I think a lot of people are very excited, and he's made it very difficult for Kevin Cash to get him out of the lineup.
Switch gears to the Lightning. I'm a Red Wings fan, so I've been watching the standings. There was a time in which Detroit was pretty close to Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking maybe my beloved Wings can make the playoffs. Well, they fell apart. And about February 1, the Lightning post-trade deadline started playing a whole different brand of hockey. What do you think was the biggest cause of the Lightning being able to flip the switch? Because they right now are clearly one of the best teams in the game.
Yeah, I think a big part of that, Mark, is the fact that they're playing a lot stronger on the blue line. I think the first couple of months, this Lightning team was allowing their opponents to get over their blue line and into the attacking zone a lot easier than they have since February 1. I think they've played a lot better defense, and I think you got to credit the guys on the back end, the Victor Hedmans, the Ryan McDonough, bringing him back, I think was maybe the best move that Julien Brisebois made in the offseason. So, I think even more so than bringing in a guy like Jake Gensel, who is leading the NHL in power play goals. So, he's been so good on the man advantage, but really Ryan McDonough has shored up that back end of the line there. And I think that having him back there on one line, having Victor Hedman back on the other line, I know Hetty has had a rough year, statistically in his first year as the captain. But I think that since February 1st, they have been so much better on the blue line.
Yeah, they've had one bad week in the last 10.
Yeah.
They've had one off week in the last 10 weeks. And the other thing is, Steve, is Vasilevsky is looking like Vasilevsky again, if you know what I mean. Vasilevsky having an off year, he's a top 5 goalie in the league. Okay. But when Vasilevsky brings his A game to the ice, that's the goalie you want over all others.
Oh, absolutely. There's I was talking with some of the Lightning reporters yesterday about the fact that, I don't think Lightning players get enough credit individually, because as a collective, the team has been so good for so long. I mean, Nikita Kucherov probably should have been a lot closer to a Hart Trophy last year.
Yes,
than he was. Than Nate. McKinnon probably should have won it still, but I thought he should have been a much closer second place than he actually was. And this year, I think he deserves. He's not getting any Hart Trophy consideration, it seems like to me. And all he's doing is leading the league in scoring again. And I really do think that he does not get the consideration he should. Andre Vasilevsky, as you mentioned, hasn't won a Vezina since 2019, and he's been he should be in that conversation, I think, every single year. And the fact that John Cooper hasn't won a Jack Adams Award as Coach of the Year in his career is a travesty. Because the problem is that everybody thinks, oh, he's got all these great players. I mean, you and I could coach those players. And the fact is, no, we can't. And so I really do think that the individual, unfortunately, gets overlooked because the collective is so good.
3-game road trip with the Final Four being in Tampa starts tonight. Ottawa, Buffalo, and the Rangers, or Toronto, right? Or the Rangers, I'm sorry. So, but they get Ottawa tonight. I don't think, if they're going to win the division, they play everybody's below them in the standings. They have a great opportunity, but I think they've got to get 2 or 3 on this road trip, Steve, if they're going to win the division.
Yeah, you've got to take points, and you've got to make sure that the other teams and the Leafs unfortunately did not do the Lightning any favors yesterday, winning. So unfortunately, if the Panthers had won yesterday in regulation, the Lightning with a regulation win tonight could have taken over first place. That unfortunately can't happen. But you think about it, a win today, or I should say a win tonight, keeps Tampa Bay within a point of Toronto for first place in the division. They're going to see each other coming down the stretch in that last 4 games that you mentioned. They're going to play Toronto once. They're going to play the Panthers once. And the Maple Leafs and the Panthers got one more game against each other, too. So this top of the Eastern division, it's going to be absolutely incredible coming down the stretch.
Do you think it's as big a deal as maybe we are making it out to be, to play to win the division and play Ottawa and not have to beat both Toronto and Florida to get out of the division and get to the conference final? Because, Steve, I'll be honest with you. I think whoever gets out of this division goes to the finals.
Yeah, I tend to think that as well. Then that's not taking anything away from the Capitals, who have just been playing out of their minds. But I really do think that because of how tough this division has been, I think that it has certainly set up the leader as being the favorite.
He's Steve Carney, covers the Rays in Major League Baseball, stpete9.com, stpete9.com. Also, the Under the Orange Roof podcast. Follow Steve on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Steve, as always, we appreciate it. Safe travels these next couple of weeks, and we'll talk before the playoffs start.
Sounds good, guys. I appreciate it.
Steve Carney, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton, joining us on the American Supplies Hotline. Yeah. I did a little Jim Rome pause there.
Well, I wasn't sure. I thought you were reaching for something.
Nope. Something was falling over here off my desk, and so I got distracted, and I ended up doing a Rome pause.
Fair enough.
Told my wife about a Rome pause last night. She gave a very long pause before answering my question, and I told her, I said, you just gave a Jim Rome pause. She looked at me, so of course had to go through it and tell the story.
Kind of wish you wouldn't have said anything about the Jim Rome pause, don't you?
Yep.
In retrospect, that was a mistake.
If you have to explain it, it's a lot less cute and a lot less funny. Yep.
And you thought your wife would know what a Jim Rome pause was?
No, I was hoping she would continue to ignore me like she does for most of the day. But no, actually wanted to know what it was. Miller and Moulton, pauses and all, the bonus hour's next.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. I feel tired, sluggish, and just not myself. I'm gaining weight, my energy is low, and I've lost my drive. Could it be low testosterone?
Absolutely. Testosterone naturally declines over time, but you don't have to accept it. Low T can affect your energy, strength, mood, and focus. But here's the good news. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, can help restore your vitality and get you back to feeling your best. Imagine waking up strong, sharp, and energized, ready to take on the day like you used to. At Revitalize Clinic, we specialize in physician-guided, American-made TRT designed just for you.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. Feel like yourself again. Testosterone replacement therapy, because your best years aren't behind you, they're just getting started. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think Dallas is right there with anybody. I think you want to start talking about complete teams. I think the Dallas Stars have to be mentioned. That's me personally. Winnipeg has to prove it. Vegas is always a tough out. I think Edmonton's going to get bounced early, unfortunately, because Skinner sucks.
I think Dallas is right there, guys.
That's exactly what I just said.
Yep.
Exactly.
That Dallas-Colorado series could be Calgary-Edmonton from back in the day.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour on this first Thursday of April. Thanks so much for being with us. The Final Fours get underway. Women in Tampa tomorrow night, men in San Antonio Saturday evening. We're a week away from the Masters. We're 3 weeks away from the draft. The baseball season is a full week old, and the Dodgers have yet to lose. And neither have the Padres. And the Braves have yet to win. And the Rays are playing outdoors in Tampa. I don't want to say it's been a crazy start to the season or anything, but my goodness. Miller and Moulton. Today's also National Burrito Day. And so Mark said, well, let's just see what's on people's mind. What's their favorite Tex-Mex offering?
Tacos are killing it, David. Can't go wrong with a taco.
No, I guess you can't. What is it? Quesadilla, nachos, burritos, tacos are choices?
Right. Taco has 46% of the vote. Burrito has 22% of the vote. Nacho, 17% of the vote. And quesadilla coming in last.
Chris Perkins, who covers the Dolphins for a living, took us to task that we did not have enchiladas as an option.
Probably should have put enchiladas on there. Probably could have substituted them for quesadilla the way quesadilla is going today.
I was going to say performing very badly. Very badly. Well, when I didn't vote for quesadilla, you knew it didn't have a chance for somebody who's had hundreds of them in their life. Hey, I don't ever remember for an all-time record there being a stat like this. And I know we're talking about this more than 99% of the shows out there. But, when Aaron chased down Ruth, but then when Bonds chased down Aaron, you had the steroid factor, Aaron, Ruth never played night games. He never had to face the specialty reliever. There was always, when Emmitt Smith broke Walter Payton's record, he didn't do it in the same number of games. And, we debated whether or not somebody was actually better than him, etc. Mark, Ovechkin is chasing down Gretzky. He has 2 less goals than Gretzky. And he's played 2 less games.
It's remarkable.
I don't ever remember there being whether LeBron passed Kareem, I think, to be the, it wasn't the same number of years and games and what have you. And this is stunning. There's no indication Ovechkin's going to hang it up after this. But, if he ties or breaks the record here in the next week or so, could you imagine, Mark, if in his next 2 games he scores 2 goals and literally, statistically, they'd be tied? Same number of games, same number of goals.
And see, the other part about Ovechkin, and I think that's remarkable numbers. The other part that I love about Ovechkin is as an athlete in today's world, he's so much closer to the regular guy than damn near anybody else in sport. He hangs out at a local sports bar. He owns a bunch of Papa John's pizza. He eats pizza. He drinks beer. He has a water bottle on the bench with an X on it that's only his. Do you know why? Because he drinks Coca-Cola during the games. He is a freak of flipping nature because he's a monster of a man. He is so damn strong.
Did you see the Caps just got somebody's, I think it was a kid from Boston College.
Yeah, kid from BC, Reynolds.
Right. And so since BC got eliminated in the NCAA playoffs, all these guys who have been drafted, they're eligible to sign with their teams. And the Caps just happened to be in Boston. So it worked out perfectly. The kid signed his contract. And there's Ovechkin taking him out to the bar.
Well, and actually going to, his joint.
Right.
He went to the kid's joint. The kid who's 20, who's not old enough to drink, and here's Ovechkin bellied up at the bar drinking beers. He's a throwback. We don't have any of these anymore. We really don't. If you're a hockey fan at all, you're aware of the Spittin' Chicklets podcast. They do a great job. They get everybody on, and they get them telling stories. And one of the stories that I can relate to the most, because I was in the minors in hockey and hung around guys, and it was old school minor league hockey. There was a handful of us that got off the bus and went to the bar. I didn't play. It didn't matter to me. But some of these guys would be up in the morning, and you hear the NHL players talking about it, that they're in the locker room and other players are going, "You stink. Stay away from the coach. You smell like booze." And guys would load up with Ben Gay. They would put Ben Gay all over their body to do anything they could do to mask the smell of the liquor that permeated from them from having a hardcore night the night before a game. Well, today's athlete, even at the minor league level, they don't do that.
No.
They are so much more careful about their body, what they put into it. They're not going to the bars after the game. It's a different world. Exactly. And that's okay. I'm not complaining. But Ovechkin at 39 played in the old league. He played with the guys that did that. And he is a throwback to all of them. And I love it. Eat your pizza. Have your Subway subs. Go to the sports bar and hang out with the locals.
And then if the Caps get eliminated early, he flies back to Russia and he joins a national team and plays in tournaments in May and June before then heading back to the D.C. area for the summer.
I did read, and I think you're going to see every Caps game, at least as many of them as possible on national TV. They are, both TNT and ESPN are having what they're calling the OV cam. So they're going to have one camera just isolated on Ovechkin, so that you'll see every part of every shift that he plays. Gretzky is, they've already got kind of the entourage that's going. Bettman and some of the folks from the league. Ovechkin's wife and their kids will probably start traveling. Some former players have said, I plan on showing up former teammates rather, saying, I'm showing up whenever I can. And Gretzky will be there if and when Ovechkin breaks the record. That I thought all along he would come up a couple of goals short. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It looks like he's going to be able to break the record this year.
So beginning tomorrow night, Gretzky's going to be in D.C. because they're hosting the Blackhawks tomorrow night. I was wondering, how he's now 2 away from tying, 3 away from breaking. Gordy was there when Gretzky broke Howe's record. And they had a personal relationship before that, and it meant a lot to Wayne and all that. But I'm curious, is he in D.C.? I mean, Ovechkin would need a hat trick, but it is against one of the 4 worst teams in the league. And it's not like if he gets one, they ain't going to be feeding him the puck the rest of the night.
It's not like Alex Ovechkin's not going to shoot. Okay. I mean, when he gets the biscuit, that sucker's going on net.
By the way, to go back to what you were talking about, so he owns his pizza places. He's also invested in some Subways, and apparently he eats Cheetos with his Subways. I mean, he eats pizza, Subway, Cheetos, and drinks soda on the bench and beer after the game.
And he came back about a month early this year from injury. What was the injury, you ask? He broke his damn leg. He is a machine.
And wait,
he really is.
And wait to see all the people he hits in the playoffs, too. Because playoff Ovechkin, I mean, regular season Ovechkin's physical enough, but playoff Ovechkin hits people the whole shift.
So I'm fired up for this. I have been into it for a while. I love that the NHL radio on Sirius has decided a while ago that they have every Caps game the rest of the way.
Right.
And they do it. They just grab the Caps announcers, which is even better because that's what to me, that's what you want on the call. They're the ones that have been there all year long. They're the ones that have followed it. And the play-by-play guy on TV has been doing it forever. So he deserves that call.
By the way, I stand corrected. He eats the hot Cheetos, not the regular ones. Tell you what, I mean, I've never rooted for the Caps before. For the longest time,
I've never liked the Caps in my life for whatever. I'm right there with you.
And you're married to a Penguins fan, and obviously the Penguins and the Caps, did a 15-year rivalry here, which isn't the same right now, but my goodness. So he's home tomorrow. He's on Long Island Sunday. That game's going to be 12:30, and it's on Turner, TNT. Okay, and they're simulcasting it on True TV. So he's getting the, network television treatment. And then I don't think he plays for 4 games. And as of right now, a week from tonight when they host Carolina, the game is only an ESPN Plus game. There's no nationally televised game that night. Don't you have to change whatever the rules are?
Yes.
Doesn't
Bettman's got to be begging his TV partners in the United States right now that they have to put these games on. You have to do whatever you can. This is a historic record. And I know maybe there are people out there that don't like the fact that it's a Russian breaking Gretzky's record. I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yep, he's got an Instagram picture with Putin. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. He's lived and worked in the States for 20 years. But anyway, he's 2 behind Gretzky, and he's played in 2 less games. I've never seen an all-time great chase of a stat that's that remarkably close before.
I don't know if you have the numbers in front of you, and I should have asked before, but the one thing about that is, and this is not taking away anything from Alex Ovechkin. What's the assist differential?
Oh, well, okay. All right. For those that are of a certain age and you don't know, there's a reason he was called the Great One, because if Gretzky never scored a goal, he would be hockey's all-time leading scorer. Just on assists. He has more assists than anyone else has total points.
Just saying.
So
trust me, after Alexander Ovechkin breaks the record, Wayne Gretzky's still the Great One, and there's no disputing that.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. American Paint Supplies. For nearly 30 years is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Okay, for the record, Gretzky has 347 more assists than Ovechkin has points. Also an interesting stat, Gretzky a plus 520. Ovechkin only a plus 62. It's because you don't get any credit when you score on the power play. Although Wayne had a few of them himself.
This article, I don't know if you read this article in The Athletic on Ovechkin about, he went to a Commanders game. He never called ahead, parked basically the farthest lot from the stadium, wore sunglasses and a hat thinking he could walk through the crowd. By the time he reached the stadium, a police escort had formed around him, blocking hundreds of fans. The officer implored stadium security to let him in. He didn't have tickets. On his 36th birthday, he went to a EMD music festival, gave his phone, his wallet, and his keys to his wife, went through the crowd, climbed on stage. The DJ had everyone wish him a happy birthday. Then Ovechkin put the DJ on his shoulders and carried him around like the Stanley Cup.
He turns 40 in mid-September. And you're right, Mark. Next year's his last year under contract. I thought he had 2 years after this. He has one more year under contract at $9.5 million per. Well, Irish football, he went to the WHA. He didn't take 7 years off. He just went to the WHA, and they don't count those points. And then the team he was on in the WHA was brought into the NHL in a merger, and so he was back in the league.
Huh? Irish football? What?
They're talking about Gordie Howe.
Okay.
Somebody asked, why did Howe take 7 seasons off? And I said he didn't. He played in the WHA. They don't count those stats.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. If you've missed any part of our show, like Chris Perkins, Neil Blackmon, Steve Carney, talking Dolphins, Gators, the Final Four, Rays, Lightning, and more. Well, download what you missed at millerandmoulton.com. Chris, Neil, and Steve, and all our guests joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So you asked a question, just to answer it. So Gretzky has 347 more assists than Ovechkin has points. He had 1,963 assists, did Gretzky. Ovechkin has like 724 assists for the record. What's also interesting is that there's a plus-minus stat in hockey. Now, you don't get credit for a plus or a minus if a goal is scored on a power play or shorthanded or what have you. Gretzky's plus-minus is plus 520. Ovechkin's is plus 62. That's interesting. But if we're talking records, Mark, and we went down this road last segment if you're just joining us because Gretzky has 2 more goals than Ovechkin and played in 2 more games. And we just found that to be remarkable. This was something we did not talk about coming out of the owners' meeting or meetings, however it is they phrased it, Tuesday. The NFL changed their record book. The only other time I believe the NFL changed their record book, when the AFL and the NFL merged in 1970, they incorporated AFL stats from the whole decade of the 60s. They included them. Unlike the NHL, which did not include WHA stats. That doesn't count for Gordie Howe or anybody else who played in the WHA and then also played in the NHL. So when you see guys who were in the old AFL and what have you, their stats in the AFL count. Mark, there was a league that Paul Brown dominated for 4 years called the AAFC, the All-America Football Conference. It only existed from 1946 to 1949. Browns won the title all 4 years. After that league was going under or what have you, the Browns, the Niners, and the original Baltimore Colts joined the NFL in 1950. The Colts actually disbanded, but then came back into the league in 53. But none of Paul Brown's wins, or I think it was Y.A. Tittle, I think, was the quarterback. None of the wins or the stats counted. Furthermore, Mark, now they count. To me, this is the most interesting footnote of those stats now counting as official NFL stats. One of the Browns teams in 48 had a perfect season. They went 14-0 in the regular season, which is exactly what the 72 Dolphins did. But then the AAFC just had a championship game, and Cleveland won it. So the Cleveland Browns of 48 now officially in the NFL record book, there is another undefeated season. However, they're trying to, say, well, post-merger, but if you're going to incorporate the stats from that league for those 4 years, and you're giving Paul Brown the credit for the wins, and Otto Graham, Lou Groza, Elroy Crazy Legs Hirsch, Tom Landry, Marion Motley, Joe Perry, Y.A. Tittle, all of their stats just got enhanced this week because of the decision. Like Tittle, for example, went from 65th in yards passing to 44th. He's now right in between Steve Young and Troy Aikman on the all-time list. But the undefeated 48 Browns, I'll be very curious, Mark, is that going to appear on a network TV graphic at all this season? If, some teams off to a 7-0 start.
Right.
And are they going to bring up the 48 Browns?
And will it piss off Dolphin fan? Because that's the only thing you've got left to hang your hat on. Because unlike Chris Perkins, Miller and Moulton think the offseason's been dreadful. We think they've gone south, not north.
This is an obscure stat. Who cares? But the 2019 Ravens had the record for most rushing yards in a season. Not anymore. 1948 49ers had 360 more yards rushing than did the Ravens in less games. Now they're the greatest rushing team in a single season in NFL history.
Not sure I like this. A secondary league, 4 years. I don't care as much about NFL records as others do, but I'm not sure I like this.
So the NFL is saying that the Dolphins will still be listed as the NFL's only undefeated team. Okay, because they're going to plan to list the AAFC champions separately in the record books.
Okay. Threading the needle there, aren't they?
But Paul Brown gains 52 additional wins. He goes from 22nd on the all-time list to 7th. Pretty good 4-year run, by the way.
It is.
2 wins.
It is.
But,
hey, saw a post there during the break from the field. It was retweeted from the field of 68. That simply said, Indiana, and the field of 68 covers college hoop. Indiana has somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million in NIL.
Which is good because I don't know how many players they have.
Right. But Darren Heitner reposted and said an NIL budget in the realm of $10 million is what it's going to take to be competitive for the 25-26 basketball season. You can complain about it or start figuring out where that money is coming from. We aren't going back to the old days, adapt or die. $10 million for a college basketball team.
Now, I think you can have a really good team for half that. You just won't have the depth. You'll just need to stay really healthy. I mean, if you buy the right 3 guys, you can just fill in around them, don't you think?
Yes, but the right 3 guys, if it's $10 million to build a team, the right 3 guys could cost you 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So it is interesting where, Tom Izzo went on that rant last week about how I'm not worried about the portal, and Bruce Pearl backed him. Bruce Pearl just picked up a big transfer in the portal. So obviously he had kind of kept one eye on next year.
He's got somebody.
They got a bunch of seniors. They're losing everybody.
Well, remember, Mark, that's why they're hiring general managers now. The coach can just say, hey, I'm just worried about the players. Like in St. Bonaventure, Woj there is responsible. He just signed some Euro.
Well, and they're getting AGMs that are players. Isn't Trey Young now the assistant general manager of Oklahoma basketball?
Yes, because Steph Curry is also the AGM of Davidson.
And both made a substantial financial contribution to the programs. And who knows how much hands-on it will be outside of money. But let's be honest, outside of the money, what the hell else matters, David?
It's all about the Benjamins.
The other thing Heitner said in a post, someone said, when's it going to dry up? And he just said it's not. And that's the part I'm most curious about, is we're shelling out, not we, but the fans, the big boosters, are the ones shelling out this money. For how long? And Heitner seems to think that it's ongoing, that it will be there forever. Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was a day when, and what's on tap? It's how we finish things out. It's next.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So ran into one of the dads that I'm friendly with at my kids softball game last night. He went Saturday to the Naples FC game.
Oh, okay.
Loved it. He goes, you would love it. It's great. Packed, good atmosphere. They got the rowdies that are banging the drums and doing all that crap, and they march in. He said it was a good time. He goes, and it started at 7. He goes, and I was home by 9:30.
There you go. I believe you're right, Sonny.
Great ball wide. Rushing in, Calvary.
No, Sonny, he didn't. Mays, they only counted the Negro Leagues up until 1948, and Willie was 17 in 48, and he got like 10 hits, no homers as a 17-year-old. So his home run total stays the same. The interesting one was they could have included Hank Aaron's 1952 season. And there's a discrepancy as to how many home runs he had. But there's one service that said he hit at least 5, which is interesting because he's 7 behind.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Pat Kerwin tomorrow. We'll make our Final Four picks, and we'll further analyze Auburn, Florida, Duke, Houston tomorrow. It was brought up in our Twitch chat room, Mark, before you go do your thing. Last year, Major League Baseball decided to incorporate Negro League stats as official Major League Baseball stats. However, they only used Negro League stats from 1920 through 1948. Remember, 47 was when Jackie Robinson and then Larry Doby broke the color barrier in each league. It's interesting that they stopped at 48 because Hank Aaron played in the Negro Leagues in the early 50s. And in 1952, he had a season in which, now stats are up for debate, but there's one service that said that he hit at least 5 home runs. Imagine if after his death, if after the fact, if they had added, because Hank's only 7 behind Bonds. Bonds retired, I think, at 762. Could you imagine if because of Negro League stats, that Hank Aaron could have regained the honor of being the home run king? They didn't count those stats, and those stats are up for a bit of debate. There's a discrepancy. But if they had counted them, Mark, it'd be really close as to who's the home run king.
Interesting, and I think that just adds more reason why I'm not sure why the NFL did what they did, because I have trouble believing that the AAFC stat department was accurate in the 40s with what they did when it comes to the rushing yards for teams and things like that. I find it interesting.
Well, also in our lifetime, and don't want to spend too much time on this and get in your way, but what about USFL stats? What about those 3 years, 83, 84, 85? I mean, we talk about the court, Steve Young, Jim Kelly, some of the quarterbacks.
Come on, it wasn't.
I know
close to the talent. You cannot do that.
I agree.
I mean, when the NHL was on strike and a bunch of NHL players went and played in the IHL, do we want to count those stats? They're minor leagues.
I agree. I wouldn't do it. But if you're going to use the 46 through 49 AAFC stats, I'm just wondering 20, 30 years from now, if the NFL decides, you know what, while we're at it, let's use those 3 years of the USFL stats. They had a bunch of Hall of Famers that were incorporated in the league. I mean, I read you the list of people who played in the AAFC. I can read off just as impressive a list of guys who played in the USFL back in the mid-'80s.
I can't argue with that, but the talent around that league was obviously paled in comparison.
Right. I agree.
So I just, I don't like it.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today was the day when, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Go to GameDayMen'sHealth.com or visit either of their locations in Bonita Springs and Naples. Make sure you mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off. We start in 1860 today. The start of the Pony Express, delivering mail by horse and rider between St. Joseph's, Missouri and Sacramento, California. 1882, outlaw Jesse James is shot and killed by fellow gang member Robert Ford at home in St. Joseph, Missouri. 1922, Joseph Stalin appointed General Secretary of the Russian Communist Party by Lenin. That worked out well. 1953. It is amazing to look back on things that were a big deal in 1953, that if you were to say to anyone under the age of about 40, they'd have no clue of what I'm talking about. But today in 1953, David, American Magazine TV Guide publishes its first issue.
Oh, it was a biggie.
Had a photo of Lucille Ball's newborn baby, Desi Arnaz Jr. Elvis recorded It's Now or Never, Fever, and Are You Lonesome Tonight at RCA Studios in Nashville in 1960. 1966, Seaver signs with your Mets for a reported $50,000 bonus. Planet of the Apes opens nationally today in 1968. The first mobile phone call was made today in 1973. It was made in downtown Manhattan by Motorola employee Martin Cooper to the Bell Lab headquarters in New Jersey. Michigan beat Seton Hall by a point in overtime today in 89 for the Natty. Glenn Rice, your most outstanding player.
Tell you what, I give PJ Carlesimo a lot of credit. That was first off, remember, foul called with a second or so left in the overtime. Michigan's down 1. Okay, all the people who nowadays go out, leave it, don't make the call, leave it in the hands of the players. And when Carlesimo was asked, and it was an iffy foul call, and Carlesimo just said he's a terrific referee. If he says it's a foul, it's a foul. Great answer.
1995, UCLA beats Arkansas for their 11th title.
lost so much money. If Arkansas had repeated, I would have won every single pool I was in.
2000, my Spartans beat Florida to win the title. It is the last time that a Big Ten school has won the Natty.
That's unbelievable.
2006, the Gators beat UCLA for their first title, 73-57. And in 2017, North Carolina defeats Gonzaga for the title. Doris Day, Marlon Brando, Jerry Krause, Lyle Alzado, and Russ Francis would have all celebrated birthdays today. Flyer great Bernie Perrant is 80. Alec Baldwin, who, if asked the question, have you ever killed anybody, would have to answer yes, is 67. Eddie Murphy is 64. Purvis Ellison is 58.
Never nervous Purvis.
Sebastian Bach of Skid Row is 57. Skier Peekaboo Street is 54. Jenny Garth from 90210 is 52. And Jared Allen is 42. What did I miss, David?
It was today that Ponce de Leon in 1513 claimed Florida for Spain. He had been in and around the state, but today was the official day he claimed it. This sucker's ours. We had to negotiate it back from Spain in later years. Just an interesting little tidbit here. Today in 78, Annie Hall beat out Star Wars for Best Picture.
Looking back upon that, that may have been an error.
I think they might redo that vote if given a chance, yeah.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
And while they don't sponsor this segment, I'm going to give them a free plug because right now the good folks at Molly Maid are at my house. And when I go home, my house will be clean. So if you want someone to take care of you home, call Molly Maid, 774-5839, 774-5839. Make sure you tell them that Miller and Moulton sent them your way. We go to Wisconsin for the good, and I have really neglected our audience by not telling this story sooner. Because two otters escaped from a Wisconsin zoo during a snowstorm. One of the otters is back at the new zoo and adventure park in Green Bay. Ophelia and Louie escaped on March 20th. Ophelia has been safely returned. Louie, the male otter, it's breeding season. They're worried that Louie's a little farther away from home. I will try to keep you updated.
Either that or the woman stereotypically asked for directions and made her way back, and the guy is still out there going, no, I'm good. It just, I got to make a right here and a...
Well played. For the bad, we go to Linwood, Washington, where the Linwood Police Department says officers arrested 17 shoplifters in one day, all at the same store.
Wow.
Detectives saw countless people confidently shopping, loading up shopping carts, and walking directly out of the store. The people made no effort to try to hide the items they were stealing. Over half of the individuals arrested did not live in the community. The police said, please do not come to Linwood to steal from our community. If you do, you will be held accountable, to include arrest and possible jail time. Back in February, they arrested 14 people in a 6-hour sting at the same store. Wow. Finally, the ugly. We go to Asheville, North Carolina, where Dwayne Bradburn entered an Asheville grocery store on Monday and stole a cinnamon bun. When he was confronted by a store employee, he pulled out his machete.
Yikes.
And left the store. Officers quickly found the suspect, who matched the description and was eating said cinnamon bun when arrested. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Thursday, March the 3rd, here on Miller and Moulton.
5 Major League Baseball games today. The Twins with their home opener. Let's hope the weather is decent. Got to check it out. April 3rd, still a little early for an outdoor game in the upper Midwest. But the Twins, home opener against the Astros, who got to be thrilled to leave the ballpark because they just got swept by the Giants. So let's go on the road. So 9 games in the NHL, the 2 big ones. Tampa Bay's at Ottawa. Lightning need to win to stay a point behind Toronto in the race for first in the division. Boston's at Montreal. This is the Canadiens' game in hand on the Rangers, and also a game that they can use to keep Columbus, the Islanders, and anybody else, the Islanders at bay. But Boston at Montreal, this is the Canadiens' game in hand to try to add to their point total as the final playoff team in the East. By the way, Mark, do you know the Bruins are the worst team in the Eastern Conference right now?
Yeah, since the deadline, they traded players away, but there's nothing left.
I can't recall the Bruins being the worst team in the East off the top of my head in my life. One of the Bruins had a top 5 pick in a draft.
And it's a great draft this year. People say the first 4 picks are all really good.
NBA, 6 games. The Heat, having won 6 in a row, are on TNT tonight. They're hosting Memphis. By the way, is John Morant going to get in trouble again? Did you see what he did the other day?
Look it. If he doesn't, I will be shocked. He made a double barrel, to use both hands, used them like a gun, and pointed it at a Golden State bench player, whatever the case may be. They harp on this pretty hard now.
And remember, he's the one who had the incident and the gun in the car.
And the guns in the car, right.
And the minor that he used the gun on, and right. So Memphis at Miami, early on TNT. Warriors, Lakers, late. I got to say this, by the way. LeBron, coming back from the injury, has looked terrible. Terrible. The guy who's played the last week and a half, he can retire. Seriously. He looks really old and bad lately. Steph and the Warriors, not so much. Orlando's in Washington, by the way, trying to, I guess, nail down the 7 seed so that they'll have home court when they play either Atlanta or Miami in the play-in series in a couple weeks.
They're only a half game ahead of the Hawks and a game and a half ahead of the Heat. So the play-in seeding still yet to be determined. I don't think, in fact, I know Orlando has no shot at catching the Bucks to get out of the play-in game. It's just a matter of who Orlando plays in the play-in game and whether or not they host that game.
By the way, the Crown College Basketball Tournament continues on FS1, 7 and 9:30. UCF and Cincy early, Nova and USC late. I can't imagine Fox is excited with this tournament. Nobody's at the games. Nobody cares about the games. What are you doing?
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Basketball's heating up the hardwood. What a great time to stop in at the Floor Meisters and look at their hardwood. A large selection to choose from, including Mirage hardwood flooring. Floor Meisters has a look and style you want. Mirage wood is grown and made in Canada from the finest quality wood flooring you'll find. And while you're in, ask to see the Petite Enfant collection. 5 custom colors made only for the Floor Meisters. So good it has a 35-year warranty. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard, next to Costco, or floormeisters.com.
We've got a text message for Dr. Dollar. A few of my friends are taking daily Cialis or Viagra. What are the benefits and how much does it cost?
Great question. Cialis, Tadalafil, and Viagra, Sildenafil are game changer for men who want better performance, stamina, and confidence. They improve blood flow, support long-lasting performance, and help you feel like yourself again. And the best part, at Revitalize Clinic, we make it affordable. Less than $1 per pill. No overpriced prescription, no hassle, just real results, American-made at the best prices in town. Plus, with early hours starting at 5:30 in the morning, we fit your schedule.
Take control of your health today. Call Revitalize Clinic at 239-277-5770. Visit revitalizelounge.com or text Dr. Dollar directly at 239-980-2302. That's 239-980-2302. Get results. Get confidence. Revitalize Clinic, because every man deserves to perform at his best without breaking the bank. Text Dr. Dollar now at 239-980-2302.
This is Miller and Moulton.